Started, and as we did yesterday, I'll just need a motion to again allow Commissioner Seal to join us today in conversation. Okay, Commissioner Flowers on the motion, Commissioner Gerard on the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Welcome again, Commissioner Seal. I'll try to do a better job of recognizing you when you have your hand up. And Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Good to have you. Hope you feel better. And Commissioner Peters will be joining us about 10:30. She has a pet that has got some issues that she has to deal with. So with that said, I'll turn it over to you, Barry, to get us started.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today we have another fun-filled day of budgets. But we're going to start off first with the airport. So that'll be, if you follow in your packet, it'll always be like the FY22, in this case, airport BIS. So that'll be the summary sheet that we'll be working off of, and I'll turn it over to Krishna to begin our discussions.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Krishna Gandhi with the Office of Management and Budget. I am the budget analyst that supports the airport. Today with me, I have Erica Mitchell, who's the CIP analyst, and Shane Kunsa, who's the SPM analyst. And from the airport, we have Tom Jewsbury and Yvette Ailey. The St. Pete Clearwater International Airport is responsible for operating and maintaining the runways, taxiways, buildings, equipment, and vehicles that belong to the airport, as well as providing aviation fire protection services. With the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a significant decrease in travel globally, and PI has been no exception. In FY20, 1.59 million passengers were served, and that's a 30% reduction from FY19 when 2.27 million passengers were served. For FY21, there's a projection of 1.6 million passengers to be served, with 1.63 million passengers projected to be served in FY22. PI has experienced less of an impact from COVID compared to other airports that serve business travelers because it is a leisure destination. Airport analysts are projecting that the airport industry will fully recover between calendar years 2023 and 2025. Included in the airport's budget are 63.6 FTE, which is an increase of 2.6 FTE from FY21. The primary reason for this increase is because there were 5 positions that were budgeted for only half of the year in FY21. Those positions will be budgeted for full year positions in FY22. And on to the next page, there's a budget summary for the revenues and highlights, and I'm going to go into more detail on the following page in the budget highlight section. The revenues for the airport, which include the operating and CIP, reflect an increase of $2,700 compared to the FY21 budget. The operating budget or operating revenues themselves are increasing by $6.1 million compared to the FY21 budget. Included in the FY22 revenues are 2 grants, which are the balance of COVID-19 relief funding, and those 2 grants are the Corona Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The first grant is for $4.8 million, and the second grant is estimated at $7 million. These grants are to reimburse the airport for employee payroll and operational expenses to combat COVID-19, and a small portion of these grants are to be used for rent relief and minimum annual guarantees to the airport concessionaires. In FY20, the airport received CARES funding from the FAA, and that is expected to be completely drawn down in FY21. Charges for service, which are airline revenues that are based on current level of carriers as well as passenger volume, are seeing a decrease because of less passengers. We budgeted $2.5 million in FY21, but are expecting to collect $3.6 million in FY21, and that's also the amount that's budgeted for FY22. Just so you can see the decrease in numbers, in FY19, we had 2.27 million passengers, and that generated $4.2 million in revenue. The rent surplus and refunds is made up of concession revenue and rent revenue. Concession income is based on concessionaire agreements and the customer facility charge, which is a $4 per day rental fee charge for every vehicle that is rented from the airport. The decrease in concession income and customer facility charges is related to the decline in passenger traffic. The news and gift concessionaires were the only revenues to increase in FY20 and FY21, and this is because these were new businesses and they remained open throughout the entire pandemic. The food and beverage concessionaires still have 3 locations to be opened, and these 3 locations are for the Dunkin' Kiosk, the Three Daughters Brewing Cafe, and the District. These 3 locations were under construction and ceased construction at the onset of the pandemic. Currently, the car, food, beverage, retail concessionaires are only paying a percentage of their gross sales rather than the minimum annual guarantees that they bid on, and this is due to loss of customer traffic and contractual language that allows a temporary stop in minimum annual guarantee payments. These minimum annual guarantee payments are expected to continue in FY23. These revenues were budgeted at $6.9 million in FY21 and are projected to generate $6.1 million in the current fiscal year and budgeted at $6 million for the next fiscal year. Terminal and industrial revenues actually saw an increase, and this is due to scheduled rent escalations that were built in with the tenants. There were 15 tenants that requested rent relief through PI's deferred rent program in FY20. However, all of those tenants have paid their deferred rent. For FY22, there are no proposed changes to the user fee schedule. The non-operating revenues, or CIP revenues, are decreasing by $6.1 million, and that's primarily due to the completion of Runway 1836 rehab project, which also received federal funding. The total expenses for PI operating and CIP budget decreased by $6.2 million compared to FY21. PI's operating budget reflects a net increase of $24,000, with personal services increasing by $361,000. Half of this increase is due to the 5 positions that were funded for half the year that are becoming full-year funded positions in FY22, and the other half is attributed to inflationary increases. The operating increases are increased by $317,000 compared to the FY21 budget, and that's primarily due to the addition of 6 new general engineering consulting contracts. The contracts include parking demand study, runway incursion mitigation study, rental car concessionaire bid consultant, water intrusion investigation, jet bridge maintenance planning, and freight elevator destructive testing. The capital purchases within capital outlay decreased by $654,000, and that's a result of no new capital equipment or vehicles being requested in FY22. And now I'm going to turn it over to Erica Mitchell to cover the CIP section of the document.
Thank you. The CIP document is located in attachment 3 of your Granicus item. The proposed multi-year CIP plan is increasing by $9.1 million. This increase is mainly due to the inclusion of FY27 in the CIP plan. Budget has been included in FY27 for the passenger terminal improvement project and the construction of the Airco access roads. The airport is requesting 1 new CIP project. It is for the cell phone lot restrooms. It is anticipated this project will be completed in FY22. Now I'm going to turn it over to Tom, if you will have any questions.
Any questions on the information? Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so that I put all this together, we had a $6.2 million decrease or loss because of the pandemic. Is that an accurate way of describing it?
Are we specifically, you're looking at revenues or on the expenditures? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Revenues is set.
No, that's not actually due to that. That's because of the completion of that rehab project on 1836 runway. So it received federal funding, and that's going away.
All right, so that part of that was capital.
Correct.
Okay. And then we received 4.8 million in Corona and 7 million estimate.
Yes, we still haven't got the award from the American Rescue Plan Act, but we have been awarded the $4.8 million, with about $4.6 million of it to combat COVID-19 expenses, and then $245,000, which is for minimum annual guarantees and rent relief to the tenants at the airport.
Okay. I was trying to figure out is the difference between how much we're using to supplement
Yeah.
the lost revenue versus how much we're using for the COVID-specific expenditures, the cleaning, all of those other things that maybe we weren't planning on. That's where I'm just trying to get a clear.
And Tom can go into that, I think, probably in a little more in detail. So you've got about $11.8 million. You're going to draw that down over several years. So, since it's an enterprise fund, it goes in, then they can use that. And so that's like a planned drawdown
Sure.
until the capacity increases back to normal levels. But he can speak more specifically to that.
Yeah, that's correct. The initial grant we received under the CARES Act was for $8.7 million. We started drawing down on that last year in 2020. We will completely draw down on that first CARES grant by the end of this fiscal year, and then we will start the drawdown on the second grant that we received in the amount of $4.8 million. And then what was referred to before, we're seeing another relief grant that'll be coming forward later this year. We're estimating that value to be about $7 million. So we hope we'll be bringing that before the board hopefully this summer.
Thank you.
And just so we have the terms, again, the first one was the CARES fund. What were the other two?
Sure, you're correct. The initial one was the CARES Act. The second one was the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplementary Appropriations Act. It's a mouthful. And then the one that we're waiting on currently is the American Rescue Plan Act. And the last one was the one we were estimating at $7 million.
Okay.
And when you look at their overall budget, you kind of have to look at the capital expenditures because that has such big swings that changes their overall budget year to year based upon their capital outlays. And they've kind of slowed those down, kind of waiting to see these different funding sources, and then, and also because the one project was completed. So,
Mr. Chairman, one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if I was simply to try and I'm talking to my neighbor and telling how the pandemic impacted, how much revenue did we lose because of the pandemic at the airport? Passenger fees, all those kind of things. Do you have a general idea, a number?
Well, the way we ended up last fiscal year is operating revenue, total net revenue of a little over $6 million. I think it was $6.3 million. Now, if we did not receive that CARES Relief Act, we still would have generated revenue of $3 million.
Okay.
So yes, the revenues have been impacted, but we have been fortunate. Again, we are seeing a faster recovery than most airports throughout the nation because we are primarily leisure travel, the nonstop, award-winning beaches. We're seeing that come back a lot quicker.
And not to, but $3 million is what I'm hearing of a difference in revenue because of the year.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
so with the federal funds, they've done okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I understand, and we're obviously grateful for our federal partners. I was just trying to get an idea of what the actual impact was. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on that issue? Okay, so I don't know where we are.
Tom.
Is it going to Tom now? Or you all finished? Okay.
Yes.
Tom?
Okay. Yeah, it's sort of to give you an overview again of where we are. As I alluded to, we are seeing a faster recovery, but we're still down at the passenger level numbers of where we were in fiscal year 15. We are projecting about 1.6 million passengers for this fiscal year, or the next fiscal year. So we, that is a conservative forecast. We're hoping that we're going to see that recovery come a lot faster. Even though the concessionaires have taken a big hit, they still have seen the growth of the comeback at the airport and are willing to go ahead and make on continued investments, especially the food and beverage concessions. Yes, they went ahead and they stopped. Actually, they have design completed for the remaining 3 facilities, and they put that on hold. future development at the airport despite of what's happened with the pandemic. We still are proceeding to get Airco ready for future development. We've got an EA that was completed last year, required by the FAA, in cooperation with Economic Development and the Planning Department. We are doing a study with Stantec to take a look at the infrastructure improvements that are needed. And we also are setting the stage to go ahead and develop the taxiways that are needed to connect the airfield to the aeronautical portion of the development for Airco. That design is scheduled to commence this year and will go into construction next year. Again, that's for the taxiway that'll connect to Airco. We also have a lot of interest from other developers in the area. We are hoping to go ahead and have an RFP out in the streets to go ahead and get the Turtle Club site developed, if you're familiar with that location. That's the about 10-acre vacant parcel. It's just at the south part of the Bayside Bridge to the east. And once we get that developed, the only other non-developable land will be Airco.
Yes, go ahead.
Do we have an idea of what the, I never went to the Turtle Club. I still call it Las Fontanas property. But do we have an idea of what type of development that would be? Or will it be airport related or be completely separate?
It'll be completely separate. It'll be non-aeronautical or non-aviation related. We are working with Economic Development, and actually we've put the scope of work together. You know, one of the things when we take a look at the different proposals, we'll take a look at the type of jobs it creates, whether they're high-paying jobs, how many jobs, and how it would serve the community. So it's sort of an open palette at this point.
Thank you.
What about the property, the Airco property, but the piece that's on the airport side that you're going to do the development for? What do you? That's going to be aeronautically oriented, obviously, but what is that going to consist of?
Well, it can consist of different things. It could be it's called an MRO. It's a maintenance repair facility. It could be a fixed base operator, more general aviation. Could be corporate. We are probably not going to be seeing any type of airline activity or cargo activity on that. It'll be basically corporate and general aviation is what we're looking at right now.
And you say you're getting a lot of interest in that?
Yes. But unfortunately, we're still probably several years off before we can go ahead and do that. Again, I mentioned the infrastructure. A lot of that land is below the 100-year floodplain that has to be brought up with fill dirt. We have to do some improvements to the utilities, sewer, things of that nature.
Anybody else? So could you just give just a quick summary then on the parking lot, the interiors, just how are things going overall, and how do you guys feel about the work that's been done?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, we spent the last couple of years to go ahead and do just that, improve the parking. We increased parking capacity in the long-term area in front of the terminal by 25%. We've expanded 2 of our economy lots. And if you asked me 2 to 3 years ago, because we basically ran out of land for parking, what are we doing? I would tell you that we're going to look at building a parking garage. We do have that in our CIP plan right now. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't think that's going to happen. The demand for parking has certainly slipped, not just because of the pandemic, but also because of the impacts we're seeing with the TNCs, the Ubers and Lyft are certainly having a big impact on that parking demand. So we've engaged, we engaged one of our consultants to do a parking demand study to see how else can we maximize parking without building a parking garage. Because if we do that, we're looking at a minimum of $20 million just for about 1,000 stalls. Yeah. So if we can look at other opportunities to build, it's called a consolidated rental car facility, to get the rental cars off the parking in front of the airport, give us an opportunity to maximize that.
Inside? Everything going okay?
Yeah, we finished up a lot of projects last year. We renovated the U.S. Customs facility, brought that up to the new design standards for international traffic. We also completed a new inline baggage system, about a $12 million project. Allowed us to process baggage at a greater baggage throughput level, allowing us to relocate Allegiant into what we call ticketing A, opening up ticketing B for future airlines. So we've done a lot of those improvements in the terminal. A lot of smaller projects. One of the things, you may be interested in. The exit lane for gates 7 through 11, we utilize what's called exit lane portals. Those are being replaced with a new exit lane system that provides a better free flow of traffic. We completed that design for that project a couple weeks ago, and we're going to be putting that onto the street, so that'll be replaced this year. We're also, we have work on the airfield. We're relocating our airfield electrical vault, which sits at the south end of the terminal and sort of restricts any further development in that area. So we are going to be going under construction this summer to have that relocated.
You always have to have something under construction.
Always that. We got freight elevators going on, new freight elevators. Got a new chiller unit that was just installed. It was made mention before for the for the cell phone lot that is utilized quite heavily. Fortunately, right now, the restaurant facilities we have out there are inadequate, so we're replacing those with a new permanent facility that will serve the public a lot better.
And then finally, just one question about how's the noise abatement task force going? We hear things from time to time, but and aspirationally going forward, how do you see that group continuing to work together?
Well, certainly the task force is going to move ahead and remain in place. One of the things that happened recently over the past year, and this was an FAA initiative, you may have heard it was called Metroplex. So airports throughout the state work closely to basically sort of protect our noise abatement procedures. The FAA was looking at the airspace, more not the approaches and departures, but more of a higher area to try to gain efficiencies. So when we worked with them, we worked to make sure that we were protecting those noise abatement procedures that benefit the community. So that's one of the biggest walkaways that we've seen. Also, Allegiant, again, continues to be a big partner. Their compliance rate has significantly gone up over the past couple years, and that's due to staff working directly with the airline, with the chief pilots, to go ahead and when they see pilots not following those procedures to get on it, the pilots are briefed nationwide. So it's a lot of that continued interaction. So again, it's something that's always going to have to be managed. It's always going to be a concern for the community. We're their advocate. We're going to do what we can. Unfortunately, as you're aware, the airport is very restricted, and basically what we can do, we can't impose fees or fines. But again, what we can do is try to champion the community's behalf to get the airlines to utilize those procedures.
Commissioner Long?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, thank you so much for all the hard work that went into this presentation this morning, and for the staff, great job. I actually had no issues following along today, but that's so far, so please keep it up.
Take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Just kidding, but not really. Tom, I was curious about whether or not you've done anything out there for the, I don't know what you call them, what the right word is, the runway ramp, that so you are able to leave the terminal and get out to the plane in inclement weather without having to get soaking wet. Do we have any of those yet? Those automatic things that go, you know what I'm talking about, right?
The loaders?
You're probably talking about passenger boarding bridges,
Yeah,
the
that.
jet bridges. Yeah, we currently have in the 11 gates that we have at the terminal, we only have 2 right now. And the reason for that is because the way the terminal was built is ground floor. And the area where we have the 2 loading ramps has ramps that get the way up. It is our intent and on the airport master plan for the future terminal development, which will begin design in probably about 4 years, is to go ahead and find efficiency in the terminal where, yes, when we start building it out, every bridge that we build or every departure gate will have a boarding bridge associated with it. It's a 3-phase plan. The first phase is about $30 million, where we go ahead and add additional gates, and then the second phase is where we sort of we have 2 departure gate areas where there'll be 1 central checkpoint and where they'll be all connected together.
May I? Yeah. Thank you. My last comment/question is, I'm very proud of the work that the folks at Allegiant, especially in the maintenance department, have done with the flights and the planes and everything else out there, because rarely do we see front page news about Allegiant Airlines anymore. And I think the staff is to be commended, as well as the senior leadership at the airport and at Allegiant. So I hope you'll pass that on. I think probably I speak for everyone in Pinellas or anywhere that takes the Allegiant flights. By far, they leave on time, they arrive on time. Everything is just so seamless. It was really a great experience that I've had thus far. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, it's definitely increased the passenger experience. And yeah, since they, their new fleet is all Airbus 320s and 319s, and they no longer have the old MD-80s, that, yeah, they've gained a lot of efficiencies. There was a lot more reliability in the aircraft. You're not seeing, as you said, the delays that we saw in years past. So I will
Or
definitely
accidents.
send that along to Maura Gallagher.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Any,
Mr. Chair.
no problem. Anybody else? Yeah, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I ask you this question every year you come, so I didn't want to miss the opportunity, is that, and you talked about moving Allegiant and having some extra gates open, so, and I know we had, I want to know about other airlines, and you know, we have a great relationship with Allegiant. It's been very successful for all of Pinellas, but what's the opportunities that exist for our size airport to diversify our portfolio a little bit? I know we had the one Canadian airline that didn't work out, but what's our opportunities and what's on the horizon?
Certainly. Yeah, as far as the terminal, we certainly have the capacity for additional airlines. One thing that's helped us in the past couple of years, especially with Allegiant, is they have, instead of basing all their planes and originating out of Pie in the Morning, they've staged other aircraft or based them at other airports. So you don't have those huge peaks and valleys, so it makes it a lot more manageable. We're actually implementing a gate management plan that, again, we can maximize gates as we need them. As far as bringing in new airlines, yes, we will be making an announcement probably within the next 4 weeks as far as a new carrier. We've also recently announced that Sun Country Airlines is going to be starting scheduled service to Minneapolis, St. Paul in November, so we're looking forward to that. They've been a good partner. You may see Sun Country at the airport right now, but they're just doing a charter service to the Beau Rivage. This is actually their own scheduled service, so we're looking forward to that. And yeah, look forward to 2 more announcements in the coming weeks.
Very good, thank you.
But I apologize, so we're going to keep it under wraps at this point.
Well,
So more to come.
Yeah, and I think your working relationship with Steve Hayes and his group have been really, really good, and he keeps talking about that increasing Midwestern market, and I know your Allegiant's exposure to that area is pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve Hayes has been a great partner throughout this. The various meetings that we have with the airlines that we're entertaining, he's always there side by side, very supportive, even in way of giving co-op marketing support. We'll go ahead and do a 50-50 match as far as for airline incentives. So, yeah, we've worked together. It's a great partnership, and
Yeah, I know he was out there welcoming your passengers.
Yeah.
He's going to do that more often, I think.
absolutely. Always fun to
Thank
throw
you.
a party.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. Any final comments or questions? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
So we are up to Convention and Visitors Bureau. Mr. Hayes is going to be joining us here, and some of the changes at the tables. All right. Barry, who's going to kick us off this time?
All right, so next up is Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Jim Abernathy is on deck.
Welcome, Jim.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jim Abernathy with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm here to present the FY22 budget request for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. With me today is Shane, as he's been here the last 2 days, also with OMB, and Steve Hayes, CVB's director. I'll be working from the CVB budget summary document in the attachments of the Granicus file. That is the first attachment with that file. The CVB is the county's official destination marketing organization whose goal is to attract leisure travelers, conventions, trade shows, corporate meetings, sports organizers, and film producers to Pinellas. The goal of the CVB is to grow the overall economic impact of tourism to the county, which supports the BCC's strategic goal of fostering continual economic growth and vitality. The CVB is funded almost exclusively by the tourist development tax, a 6% tax on lodging of 6 months or less. This includes hotels and motels, campgrounds, and lodgings booked through services such as Airbnb or VRBO, among others. So turning to page 2 of the attachment, COVID-19 had an immediate impact on CVB and the TDT. FY20 started off as potentially the highest year of collections, with total collections up 16.3% through February compared to FY19, the current record high for collections. From March through the end of September, the county collected $22.8 million in TDT compared to $40.8 million the previous year, an $18 million drop. The CVB immediately reduced FY20 expenditures and reworked their FY21 requests to match the anticipated reduction in revenues. I'm happy to report that through March, TDT collections are doing better than we thought they would 10 months ago when we submitted their budget request. Their FY22 budget request includes 48 FTE, the same as FY21. When CVB resubmitted their FY21 budget request, they eliminated 4 vacant positions to match the needs and projected revenues of the department. The FY22 budget request follows the county's tourist development plan's 60-40 split of revenues, with 60% going to promotions, marketing, and advertising, and 40% going to the capital funding program. Moving to page 3 of the attachment. Total expenditures in the FY22 budget request decreased $1.9 million, which is a 4.4% decrease to $42.2 million. Personal services increased almost $179,000, which is 3.3%, due mostly to the annual salary increases. Operating expenditures decreased $1.2 million to $31.6 million. Within operating expenditures, Creative Pinellas funding from the TDT increases by $47,360 to $585,000. 2 change requests have been submitted by CVB on behalf of Creative Pinellas to further increase funding from both the CVB and the general fund. Creative Pinellas is requesting an additional $212,360 from CVB and $9,000 from the general fund. Creative Pinellas also receives funding from the Transportation Trust Fund, which remains at $36,000 in FY22. If approved, these change requests would bring Creative Pinellas' funding almost back to pre-COVID level. The information for these change requests can be found in the 3rd attachment in this Granicus item titled Change Request. The Creative Pinellas change request began on page 2 of that attachment. Direct sales is decreasing $1.4 million to $4.6 million. Included in this category is film incentives, which decreases by $608,100, and convention incentives and services, which decreases $435,000. Another item under operating are elite events. The FY22 budget for elite events increases $250,000 to almost $1.3 million. Many of the elite events from FY20 were canceled, rescheduled, or changed formats due to COVID-19. But the FY21 elite events are on track to finish by the end of September with a few exceptions. CVB will receive a post-event report for each event and finalize reimbursements, which will last through November of 2021. The FY22 elite events process began in March of this year, with requests being reviewed in June and recommendations presented to the BCC in July for approval. Digital marketing remains at $5.5 million. This is on page 4 of the document. Digital marketing remains at $5.5 million in FY22. CVB has submitted a change request to increase this item by $1.5 million, a 27.3% increase. The information for this change request can be found in the third attachment titled Change Request. The digital marketing request is on page 1 of that attachment. Traditional advertising increases $405,000 or 3% to $14.1 million in FY22 budget request. Transfer to tax collector decreases by a little over $101,000, which is a 14.4% decrease. This is due mainly to setting it at a level that more closely matches previous expenditures. Basically, we've been over budgeting for that item the last handful of years. On page 5 of the attachment, grants and aids decreased by $1.2 million, which is a 77.3% decrease to $350,000. The county currently has one project remaining in the CVB capital funding program, which is the Holocaust Museum in St. Pete. Projections for the capital funding program can be found in the last attachment titled TDT Capital Program Uses and Sources. Transfer to capital increases by $233,800, which is 5.4%. This transfer is for the county's beach renourishment program and is also part of the capital funding program. On page 6 of the summary, total revenues in the FY22 budget request increased $2.3 million, or 4.3%, to $55.1 million. The TDT revenue, also known as the bed tax, increases by $2.8 million to $54.8 million. This is a $6 million increase from the COVID-19 impacted FY20. Interest revenue decreases by $477,000. Turning to page 7 of the summary, the capital funding program. As noted previously, the county is committed to only one capital project at this time. However, the county is in negotiations with the Dali Museum in St. Pete on a $17.5 million request, the St. Petersburg Historical Society for a $2.8 million request, and the City of Clearwater for a $40 million request for improvements to the Phillies spring training facility. If these projects are approved by the BCC, they would be funded from the 40% portion of the TDT revenue, along with the annual beach appropriation, or the annual appropriation for beach renourishment. Additionally, potential funding for a
Hey,
new stadium.
Jim, hold on one second, please.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, but before we get too deep in the weeds, wade into this, I'm curious about whether or not we are planning to have an update on the Phillies spring training facility, because that's been percolating for a few years now, and now I see that we have this request pending, and where does that fit into the big picture?
The Phillies have a request in. We've been discussing this before I got here. And we're really no further than we were, a year ago. I don't know how much I want to say other than we have a difference of opinion. We're continuing to discuss this, and hopefully we'll find resolution to that sometime soon.
So that, Mr. Chair, if I may, that leads me to my second point that, and I don't want to get in the weeds about the negotiation process, but before this comes back to us for approval, will we have a better understanding? Because I would hate to pour good money into this without having a bigger picture of where we're going.
You're talking with the Phillies or the Rays?
Well, this is about the Phillies,
Yeah.
this piece right here.
So, again, I'm hopeful that we can make progress. It's not just, it's kind of a three-legged stool at this point. You have the team, they have an agreement with the city. They're re-looking at the structure of that agreement, and then you add in us as a partner in that. We have general agreement. They are a great partner in the community. They draw well. outside of COVID times, and so we want to respect that. But there's a limit to the financial, capability, and so we're talking through that. Now, we haven't been able to meet with them in some time. The negotiations have been on the city side, between the city and the team. I think they've had their own issues. We were hoping that we could make progress in the spring when they were here. You can meet face to face. That didn't occur. I know there was a lot of discussion in the city, but we're hopeful that, we can come to the table. We're still talking, through people, but we want to be able to make progress, but, we have to find something that we all agree on.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I really need to say
Okay.
for right now,
Okay.
but more to come.
There is much more to come, you're right.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry, Jim.
no, that's okay. To finish that up, additionally, potential funding for a new stadium in St. Petersburg for the Tampa Bay Rays is being discussed at a higher level.
And so,
So hold on.
I've got this,
the same
if you ask
question
me
there.
questions on that, I've got the same response.
okay, well, that's all I want to know, but I mean, when, aren't we supposed to have all this to come back to us? When?
Well, we don't have a timeline. So on the Rays Stadium, as I briefed each one of you, I'm working in conjunction with the city for bringing in some expertise to help us really look at the financial analysis piece of this. It's a very complicated deal, obviously, because on the city side, it's the redevelopment of the Tropicana Field site.
Right.
The stadium's a piece of that. Well, that is strictly under their control. However, in the financial piece, we would be a funding partner, most likely, if the commissioners would approve that. So we're trying to make progress on that. There's some contractual issues of just getting the consultant on board that has kind of held that up. They have, and it's not really anything other than risk management issues and insurance requirements and things like that for a contract. So hopefully we can get those resolved and get to the negotiating table with the Rays. And so we really do want to make progress on that.
And just adding to that, I think Barry's having, continual conversations with the mayor and administration. I've had a lot of conversations with the chair of the council on the council side, because they've been kind of apart,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yep.
So we are trying to bridge it a little bit, and we've been having some discussions with the council together, Barry and I and the council, or the chair. So we're trying to work, kind of pushing it along and trying to get this consulting piece going, because really that's what we have to get, that piece, and that's so
I
critical.
agree.
So go ahead.
I agree, and of course, we're all very aware that there's a change in administration coming, so I'm sure that's all playing into it as well. So I didn't mean to cause a kerfluffle. I just want to make sure that we've got all the information we need to make solid decisions when the time comes.
And commissioners, I've kind of briefed you individually on this, but as we're here and talking about this, it's very important. We've seen a lot of discussions around the Rays. Obviously, Rays, we want the Rays to stay. We want them to be right here. The whole idea of a split season, the economic impact. Well, now we need to get to financials, and we really need to look at that. I've had conversations with the Rays. We're trying to, kind of bring and come to a table. But when you have a financial consultant like that, that does, stadium deals all around the country, the level of expertise it brings to the table to clarify some of those issues where people are talking past each other is huge. And that's the reason we're doing that. And they can sit there and they can go, okay, well, literally without any notes, without any research, they go, okay, well, 2 stadiums, here's what it costs to run a stadium, here's the 2 TV markets, blah, 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 and they can kind of frame this out in a financial picture pretty quickly. And so I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to make progress and work with the team and at a table with real dollars, figures, and economic impact analysis that'll really help clarify some of these discussions. That's where we're at. That's what we're trying to get to. But
And I want to commend Barry for suggesting that. I think that's the only way this is going to move forward. And so it is a super critical, important piece. And I hope that we can get through those little, whatever the holdup is in getting the contract signed, because without that, we really don't have a basis. Whatever model is going to work for them, they've got to figure that out, and whatever model works for us, hopefully there's an overlap somewhere, but there's a lot of concern and questions, but we're not going to get there without it. So
We're going to try to find a solution.
I know the
That's-
council's
that's the
interested
idea.
in moving this along,
Yep.
and
Good.
so we'll see how it goes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, because of the sensitive,
Oh, sorry,
Sorry,
Commissioner
I just
Gerard.
had one question about, would you remind me why Creative Pinellas gets Transportation Trust Fund money?
They had, because they're working with them on murals, and it's an anti-graffiti campaign.
Okay. All right.
That non-controversial mural program. We had a few little bumps along the way, but go ahead. Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Seal.
Thank you. I've got several things. Is this appropriate time to ask my questions, or do you want to wait till the end?
Well, we're almost at the end, but go ahead. I mean, Jim's been interrupted a few times from us, so we're good.
Okay, so I did want to mention the Creative Pinellas does have a decision package of about just under $213,000, which will not completely restore their funding, but will come close because they also were cut during the pandemic as well. So I would advocate that it would be important for us to restore that funding. Also in the presentation by the CBB, they never did fill the creative manager, which essentially Creative Pinellas plays that role for, the arts. And, okay, so that's my advocacy piece. My next, my question is, in the digital request, it states that they're going to have a new contract as of January of 2022. Are they changing managers or contractors?
I'll let Steve answer that.
Good morning, Commissioner. On the digital marketing contract that we currently have with Miles Partnership, that agreement is up in December, and so that is going out for RFP, and then we'll see what companies come to the table with their proposals, and that would move forward starting January 1.
Okay, so to that end, I guess I would prefer to see what the digital RFP looks like, and in other words, the responses before we increase the budget. I do think that $7 million is a lot of money, and while they did get some return directly to tourist bed revenues, it just is a little bit above a dollar for dollar return on what the investment is. Also in the presentation, it mentions potential capital guidelines that'll be presented in June or July. Can you give us a clue what's going to be proposed?
Thank you, Commissioner. Going back on the capital guidelines, we plan on having a workshop on that to discuss, again, the current guidelines that we have. Is there anything that needs to be changed with it, added to it? I mean, really just get everything in order to get that approved by the Tourist Development Council, and then bring them before this board for approval before we release that out for anybody to go apply for the capital funds. So, but as far as an idea of what's going to be on there, I mean, we have the current guidelines. We have not gone over if there's any anticipated changes. I think the workshop will massage us through that process.
Okay. And then lastly, for right now, under the capital budget attachment, which is the last thing on our information, it's the TDT capital program uses and sources as of May 4th. It mentions that we used $4.4 million for and plan to also for both for fiscal year 21 budget, we're using $4.4 million of the capital for operating expenses for COVID-19.
Yes, when the budget was submitted last year, the choice was between using some of the anticipated revenues from the 40% portion of the revenues to shore up their advertising and marketing promotions budget, and it was decided that the money could be used to make sure that they could continue to have their marketing budget where they needed to bring us out of the COVID downturn. So it was used to, because the revenues were projected to be pretty low, and they didn't want to necessarily cut their advertising right away in anticipation of the recovery that's undertaking right now.
Okay. And finally, to my fellow commissioners, I only would tell you to take a look at the beginning fund balance and the capital allocation projected. You know, if we hit another pandemic or a recession, those numbers won't be nearly as good as they're projected. Also, note, as we knew would happen, that our beginning fund balance is estimated this year to be 1.4 million, and it was 32.5 million in fiscal year 18, and that's because of the different funding that we did approve for capital. But I just offer that as a cautionary note because I think we do need to be somewhat cautious. And while I support doing the RAISE study, I also throw out being very cautious about that. I also want to tell you that I have urged the city of Clearwater to look at applying for capital funding for the Imagine project that is an amphitheater and tourist draw in downtown Clearwater. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that I have mentioned that to the mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think some of the comments are good ones. I do remember having the discussion a couple of years ago and deciding to, debating on whether we should pay all the capital off in a year or two, and there was a lot of capital demand, or pay it over time. And the decision by staff and also by the commission was to pay it off. So it leaves us with a balance that's pretty low right now, frankly. And so that I think that might be a good discussion to have, kind of that 3-5 year projection on building that back up a little bit, so that we have a sense of what we're anticipating going forward in light of some of these capital projects that we're starting to hear about. So maybe we could have that dialogue.
Right.
Yeah. Now, if we have that information.
Yeah. The one, I just want to make sure that we're clarify that the 1.4 million in beginning fund balance was specific to the capital portion of the budget, because they don't have the ongoing need for that. We felt that we didn't need to have a sizable beginning fund balance all the time. As we build it up over the years, and we can look at other projects, but having reserves sitting there for capital, keep building up, we didn't think it was the best way to use that. But as the attachment shows, we're anticipating $13.4 million in capital reserves beginning the FY22 fiscal year. So it does replenish itself.
Yeah, and so over the next 3 to 4 years, I guess project approvals aside, because that's going to change everything. You see that on the current course building roughly how much a year, so that we just have a sense of.
Well, going from FY22 starting off at $13.4 million, and with the projects that we have approved right now, which is just the $350,000, we anticipate FY23 to be at $30.4 million. So more than doubling in one fiscal year. And then going up to $48 million, so another $18 million increase the following year. And that's, that's with no additional projects being
Right,
added.
right.
We've had the Holocaust Museum on in the budget for a few years, and it keeps getting pushed off because it's a reimbursement grant. So they have to finish the project, and then we reimburse them. We have it in the budget in FY21. They don't anticipate it happening, so we moved it to FY22. And we'll move it to FY23 if need be. But, considering the amount of money that we anticipate coming in specifically to capital, the $350,000 doesn't
Right.
move them very much.
So, I mean, using those funds, like you said, was the choice instead of, I remember some discussions early on about fencing money for the raise, in case that ever happens. Whether we use it or not is a different issue, but having some reserve. We've used it to pay off things so that we didn't accumulate debt.
Correct. We, with the current, well, the agreement that just finished with the city of Clearwater for the stadium, we just finished that off in February, but we paid that off, I believe, over 15 or 20 years.
Yeah.
Same with the Blue Jays, the original agreement with the Blue Jays.
The original one, yeah.
Yeah, we paid that off. But it was decided that, we just wanted to get that out so that, we'd have a clean sheet much quicker. And it, I guess it lowered the cost for the city of Dunedin because they don't have to finance it as much. And, it didn't hurt us financially because we had the money built up and was able to make the payments without reducing any other commitments that we had for either capital or for advertising, marketing, promotions.
Yeah, the way we paid for those original improvements was over time. The way we paid for this one, at least on the Blue Jays, was
Over
upfront.
3 years.
Yeah, and that's a decision that
Yeah. Right.
would be made with each individual
Correct.
project.
Yeah.
So now you kind of you do have a clean slate. You got a couple things out there with the Dolly that still has to be resolved, and then obviously baseball and things like that. But you pretty much have a clean slate except for a couple of those outstanding issues.
Commissioner Long, and then Commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to ask if anybody else had an interest other than me, because it has been a very long time since we have had a joint meeting. I'm talking about the entire county commission with the CVB board. And there's a lot of new people on that board, and there are new people on this county commission. And I remember when, many years ago, Commissioner Seal put that joint meeting together, and I found it really helpful and informative in terms of understanding the allotments for the different amounts, the different pennies and how they're allocated, and the formula. I don't see Michael Zoss here, but oh my goodness, it was just really quite something to wrap your brain around. And Jim is smiling, but I think it would be very valuable, especially for those folks who have never been involved in a joint meeting like that. So I just don't know how everybody else feels about it, but that would be my request, that at some point, I know we have a lot on our plate, but at some point, I think that would be very informative for everyone.
Yeah, I think
Thank
that's a good idea. Whether it's in that September timeframe or October timeframe, I think we need to kind of come together. And we even have an opening right now that we're going to be we will be deciding that, filling that position. So I don't know when that's going to be, maybe July, but so there are a few new people there, and as you said, we have a few folks here as well. So getting everybody up to speed, I think, at least on the same knowledge, that would be a good idea. So maybe Steve, you and Barry can chat through that a little bit, and
You bet.
come back with a September, October timeframe. Be great.
Yeah, we don't want you to get bored, Steve.
All right. Back to you. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Justice. Apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of variety of questions, but talking about the penny and the CVB bed tax, we had that pent up. We had paid off the TROP debt. We added the 6 cent when we hit that mark. So we had money flowing in that we didn't. So we kind of took 2 or 3 years and it built up. And as opposed to spreading it out, we paid it off in these 2 or 3 years, anticipating that there might be a request from the raise. But we've been anticipating that request for, I think, as long as I've been on the commission. Just, it's interesting, I just wrapped my head around we have the capital funds, the transfer, that's the nourishment, the beach nourishment versus the grants and aids, which is what we think of as the capital program.
Correct. The transfer to the capital program is an internal transfer from the CVB or the TDT fund to the capital projects fund. And that we budget each year the equivalent of half of 1% of the TDT.
And we used to, Mr. Woodard gave me this chart years ago, and I can't find it. It was the value of the dollars as far as bonding. So if we decided a penny for 30 years, it's $5 million, so it's $150 million over 30 years. What does that equate to in construction costs today?
Yeah, we've done that evaluation. It was a few years ago, and it would have to be updated based on the current market conditions. But if that was something that you needed at some point, we could
Certainly
get that done.
As we get into that, closer to that decision point, that would be interesting to know, because I think that's a valuable tool in our conversation with any of these folks.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have them start that until we were closer, because it grows stale.
Sure.
And I wouldn't want to pay for it and then.
No, I'm just as we get
Redo
closer
it.
to that decision point, I think it's a valuable piece of information as far as, because that goes into our conversation with the teams and that. And then the last question I just had was the actual dollar amount that we spend on advertising. I know we're doing $5 million for digital, we're doing $14 million with the ad agency, but I know there's operating costs and there's fees and all those things. I'm just trying to get an idea, maybe Steve, how much do we actually spend? How much is on the air, whether it's digital air buy or TV air buy or print, or how much are we actually spending of that on products, advertising product?
Thank you, Commissioner. On the digital side, of the 5 that we have, I believe 3 of it is going directly to media. With the request that we have before you to increase that would all go to media. So it doesn't go to take care of website, doesn't care for agency services or any of that. It's all going for media. On the media for the advertising for BVK, so the traditional advertising, I'm trying to see if I can find that, but I'm going to guess that out of a $14 million budget is probably going to be in $10 million range. But I can find out. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
And maybe you can give me a comparative. We could talk about this offline, but that seems like some pretty healthy administrative fees in there. So yeah, I'd love to get a little more detail on that.
Yeah, and that's why I think, to Steve's point about going out for that RFP on the digital side, it's a way to keep everybody honest on their bidding, for that. So those spreads don't get bigger and bigger, and there's more towards administrative costs and less towards actual advertising. So,
yeah, my experience in it is mainly in the political world, and I know what I pay, and I know what the points are, and I know what the fees are for the design work and all. And I'm not disrespecting that. There's actually, we want to pay professionals, but I want to make sure that we're getting our airtime.
Go ahead, Steve.
Commissioner, we were able to pull that up. So out of 14.4 million, which is what we have for BVK, the service fee is a not to exceed 2.1 million. And that's again with the contract.
So in that case, over 12 million going towards the product.
Yep.
And, and again, that's the RFP process. I don't, I couldn't tell you if that's, good, bad, or, so when we do that RFP, we kind of get that cleaned up a little bit, hopefully, so. Okay.
I'll just finish up real quick.
Yeah, that's what you said. Now, no, go ahead. Yeah, I know, we do.
I'll finish up with my part.
Yeah.
Finally, because of the sensitivity of the TDT revenues to things like economic downturn, hurricane, or environmental disaster, the goal is to maintain adequate reserves of at least 20% for operating activities such as advertising. With the implementation of the 60/40 split, it was decided the reserves would be split into separate accounts for operating and capital projects. For FY22, operating reserves increased $13.2 million to $35.5 million and $30.3 million for capital projects. The operating side exceeds the 20% goal set by both the TDC and the BCC. And then the forecast, an updated forecast is also included in the Granicus item titled Forecast Pro Forma and Charts. I anticipate updating the forecast at least one more time before the budget is adopted to account for the new revenue data we receive over the next 2 or 3 months. Now I'll turn it over to Steve for his portion.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Commissioner, Chairman, members of commissions, just real quickly, I want to kind of go over, as we look toward fiscal year 22, really some key focus areas for us that we have, and where, again, we're going to be directing the budgets and the funds that we will be fortunate to receive. One of those is, and that this is extremely important, I know I talked about it last week very briefly when I gave you an update, but it's the strategic plan. And this process, which will be going through between now and the end of December, really sets the stage, as I said previously, this roadmap for us of where we need to go in terms of tourism in the next 5 years. And it really sets the stage on things that we need to go through and do. So that is like that's the top thing that there's a concentration on us for next year. The second part of that kind of mirrors and goes along with the strategic plan, but really, again, using data to drive our business decisions. And so Tuesday's TDC meeting, we gave an update on research and what we're seeing and what we're seeing happening out there in our community, in our industry, and even looked at a forecast of going forward. But there are 4 other projects, research related, that I think will be important, that we'll be happy to report not only to the TDC but to this body as well. One is this goes back to an ROI on our marketing and what we're doing, so that we can come back and say, here's a dollar that we're spending, what is that producing back to the community, the industry, in a variety of different areas. 2 is a ad effectiveness study. And I think it's important to make sure that if we do have messaging out there and we're hitting the right audiences, that we're impacting them, which goes through to drive the business. Third item is a market perception study. As an example, I think everybody here says we're America's best beaches. Just year in and year out. We want to make sure that our potential visitor that we're trying to get here also agrees with that. And if not, then we have one marketing strategy. But if they do agree, then there's another strategy we would need to follow. That same perception study will also look at various other attributes for decision to travel and what those things are. And that will help with all of our messaging on the advertising, what's traditional or in digital. And then we have a stakeholder survey going out. And then the other one also that's kind of related to strategic plan is the resident sentiment survey related to tourism. So that data is going to be key in really going forward. When it comes down to the being the storyteller, and this is creating that content. Well, that comes back to the advertising. I think you mentioned you heard about it a little bit earlier from Jim. But, again, part of our efforts this year is, yes, we want to have that beach message. It's a message we've been driving home for a number of years. But how do we go in and add that arts and culture message? Because it's another element of where we've invested heavily in this community, but yet it's an audience that can definitely come here. And then so working with Creative Pinellas, who does a great job working in the internal market and coming up with things for visitors that are here, how can we get that message message going out to the consumer itself. Also looking at other markets that have a potential for visitation and how do we reach out to them. So really diversifying our messaging versus just a dedicated beach message and nothing else from that standpoint.
Steve, hold on one second. If you, Commissioner George, you want him to, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
The other element on the advertising side as well, and we talked about it Tuesday at TDC, is where it's a maintenance market, and then where is it a development market. So this past year, we moved into the Midwest and that lower Midwest and some markets that were performing very well for us. And so traditionally, we haven't been there. Now, we're seeing that business. So how do we develop other markets, but yet still keep that present in some core markets? And then the other element to that storytelling is that time of year. I think everyone here will agree. I think when it comes to spring, we've maxed out. So how would we shift that to fall? How do we shift that to other times of the year, which creates more business throughout the year versus in one key time period? Intentional collaboration, and I bring this up because you heard Tom earlier from PI talk about working with us. That's just one group that we need to intentionally work with in collaborating on efforts. Also, doing more with Creative Pinellas. We recently were talking with the folks from Keep Pinellas Beautiful, looking at the extension office, really trying to get more involved with more activities here. And so that we can help in those resources. Forward Pinellas is an example where we help produce a video to help protect for pedestrian walking and for bike riding and the importance of the rules and of the road, so to speak. We also are going through. And I'm just going to bring up, the emphasis on service to help increase our business. We can go out and sell all we want, but if we have a customer that doesn't leave happy, then we've done ourselves a disservice. So how do we go through and make sure they get grade A service while here? Because then it helps on that repeat side for business. So again, those are the key focus areas. I talked to you guys last week, kind of showed you of what's happening, what we're hearing. And Commissioner Justice, if I might, because I know you asked me kind of like, hey, I'll put you on the spot, but here, what do you think is going to happen? Actually, Destination Analysts came back, and we got a report from them earlier this week that actually looked at forecast. And they're saying they think that number is going to be close between 13 and 14 million. So it's still not to pre-pandemic, but it's getting there. And again, as long as Mother Nature and the pandemic and anything nature-related does not creep into play, then I think we're good with the forecast that's there. But that's positive news in moving us forward. And I certainly think, from Jim's perspective, we look at the budget and the revenues, it certainly helps us there.
A couple of questions here. Commissioner Gerard, go ahead. And then.
Yeah, I had a couple. So I'm going back to something you said before. Did I hear you say that we transferred money out of out of capital into the operating program last year?
We didn't. It wasn't a transfer. It was just when the money was brought in, when we divided up the money that's coming in for FY21, we took some of the money that would have gone into the 40% and put it into the 60% portion of the budget.
And how much was that?
It was $4.4 million, I believe.
So, I'm looking at their fund balances now, or what we project them to be. So we're looking at spending down the fund balance somewhat for operating over the next 5 or 6 years. Am I reading that right?
Well, that's what the forecast is showing. If things don't change, and if they, it's based on the assumptions of I think it was 3 or 3.5% increase in revenue, and then the projection for increases in expenditures, operating expenditures, was based on the 3% increase in salaries and 3% or like 2.2% increase for other operating items. So that was just based on a forecast. Obviously, each year they look at what's coming in and they make a choice or you guys ultimately adopt a budget that spends the money that we're projecting to come in. So, we try to show what would happen if nothing changes. And I know that was a concern when we presented the forecast back in February, was the gap. And, you know, it's something that, you know, we hope to fix with greater revenue increases. But they are, you know, they've reduced their budget requests from what they originally had for FY22 to stick to the we don't officially give them a target, but I gave them a number to hit for operating, and that's why some of the items they reduced to make sure that they fit within the number that we gave them.
Right, but you said before the operating fund balance or reserve was somewhat bigger than we need, so we're spending that down over time a little bit.
Yes.
Am I right there?
Yeah.
Has there been any thought to transferring that $4 million back into capital, since you have?
It's a possibility. It's not something that that we submitted in the budget request.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be done this year. It doesn't have to be done
Right.
all at once. Doesn't have to be done at all, because as long as it's being spent according to the statute for the TDT, you know, that's allowable use. The 60-40 split is, you know, the board and the TDC both wanted to make sure that they had adequate money available each year for promotions, marketing, and advertising, no matter what the request was. You know, five of you have been on the TDC, so you know that they want to make sure that they keep that money available for the promotions part of their budget. It would keep from the capital from creeping into the operations side.
Well, we made pretty sure that that's not going to happen, but I'd also like to make sure that the operating isn't creeping into the capital side if it doesn't need to. I mean,
correct.
it's good that we had it there last year.
Yeah,
But
and it was done because we didn't want to have a big cut to the promotions part of their budget. You know,
I hear that, but now we have $39 million projected next year in the fund balance. So we're projected at the end of this year. I'm sorry, where am I? 39 million. Anyway, just saying. It's a good thing that we had that money, but I want to keep that 60-40 kind of clean if we can, unless we were, I'm glad that the emergency wasn't quite as dire as we thought it was. That's very nice. Steve, I wanted to ask you, as you're getting some of that research in, if you have it in some sort of digestible form, can you send it out to because I know it's a lot of information, can you send it out to the commission? Because I think that's incredibly good information to have. You know, I was just blown away when I was on there about what kind of things we can do research on and the kind of data that we get that guides these programs. So I just think it would be nice for the rest of the commission to have that from time to time when it, you know, as you're getting it.
Yeah, we get it quarterly from the one group, right? And she
Right.
did a great job. And
I mean, if you
she's
get
actually
it
going to
in
be in person, I think, in August. So anyway, we'll think about how to incorporate that information. But I think it's a good idea.
If we have chunks that are
Yep.
easily
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah, well, as they were saying on Tuesday, there's a lot of data here, and what does it mean and how are we using it is really the important piece, but they're just trying to keep us on that leading edge. But we can share that information for sure. I think it's a nice report that they sent to us, so we could send that out to everybody. Yeah. Commissioner Long?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my question is for Steve, and in going through your strategic plan and the research-related things that you were hoping to address in creating that strategic plan, there were two things that I did not hear you mention, and maybe you did, and I just didn't get it. And one of them was how I may not say this right, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying. How does our economic development, growth, or lack of interact with our opportunities for the CVB? So that would be one thing. The second thing is As I am interacting with folks who are not from here, but are either visiting from another part of our country or internationally have arrived here, believe it or not, people still are coming here from other places. I always ask, there's always three things I want to know. I want to know, what are the three best things you love about being here, and what's your experience been like? And then secondly, I always ask, what are the three things that you don't care for that would keep you from coming back again? And overwhelmingly, lack of public transportation options is one thing, especially if they're going to Clearwater Beach as a destination, or if they're going to St. Pete Beach. So when you think about what it takes to get from, let's just pretend, the airport or the Port of Tampa, and you think about that and what it takes to get to Clearwater Beach, you could spend a half a day or more stuck in gridlock traffic, depending on when you're coming and going. So I ask you that to say, is it possible in your strategic planning and in your research-related stuff that you're doing, that you could include a little bit of that in there?
Commissioner, that's a great question, and I didn't go into all the detail with strategic plan, but as an example, there are questions that will pull that out from stakeholders in the community, whether that be you as a commissioner, or I'm a hotel general manager, or I'm part of a general business. So it'll get to, why do you live here? What makes it, such an interesting place? But then the other element is what don't you like? So you have to have that side of it. We do ask the visitor in our normal research about things that they don't like. So we do get that information from them, so we could start to marry that up. And then the first thing that you brought up, and I'll just say from the tourism and that economic development is almost a marriage.
I think so,
Tourism's the
too.
first date. The marriage is when they decide to move here, or they bring their business here. And so, and one of the things, and I started talking with Mike before he left and retired, and now been talking with Kevin, is what are those opportunities for us in order to showcase what we have? Because my guess is, and that's a guess because I don't have any factual data for it yet, is that same reason that someone comes here because of our community is someone's going to look at doing business here. So there's just some ways to go through in that intentional collaboration, which I think is great.
Thank you so much, and I'm very excited to hear that. I assumed that was part of the big plan, but I learned a long time ago it's not so safe to assume. You might as well ask. And I did, given that we do get back to a time when we will be promoting internationally, I clearly remember when I was chair of the CVB being in Germany and another time in Reykjavik. And it was so obvious that there were synergies between, the two things, and how we might be able to really focus on that a little bit while we were doing the tourism and promotion and advertising. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I
Steve,
think
I think my colleagues agree that you owe me a trip.
That what?
that we owe her a trip from last
Oh,
year.
no.
And I think, Steve, your point, and I think was a good one, is that strategic planning process is going to involve all of us here. There'll be interviews with each of us so that we get our input as well. So part of that will be Commissioner Justice, and I know Commissioner Seal, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of forget where I was in my notes, but I thought with Satterfield gone, we're not even doing the 60/40 anymore, so I thought that. I'm just kidding, Tony. The airline issue, we talked a little bit with Tom this morning, and I think this was from the CVB budget, was when we partnered when COPA came here, when Air Alaska, we partnered with some of that and I don't know exactly the dollar amounts, but are we having those same conversations with our own PI folks as far as in our recruitment process? Because that, I still think we're missing out on our full utilization of our beautiful airport there.
Tom was correct this morning when he mentioned when they are talking with airlines that they are inviting us to be part of that conversation. And we're help supporting it with data, to, again, from a visitation standpoint, it helps them understand what's here. I've learned a long time ago that, airline growth is important because, those folks are staying sometimes longer, but they're also spending more, and they're getting them from markets that you traditionally don't get because of it's a fly market. So as long as Tom and his team invite us to be part of that process, we're there with them to help support that, especially if it's in markets where we need those flights.
And then we haven't talked about it a lot this session, after the session and everything, and I didn't know if you'd had conversations with your counterparts around the state as far as the feeling for where a couple years ago it felt like the legislature was going full bore on complete revamp of this section of statute on the bed tax. That kind of cooled off, but where do you feel that we're at now as far as that conversation in Tallahassee and statewide?
Well, they had a bill this year that would look at changing it or making some additions to it. It ended up passing in the House, didn't move at all in the Senate, and it's been typical over the last several years. It's done something in one chamber, but not the other. So I'm sure it'll come up in the next session. To what level? That's where I think a lot of people aren't sure where that goes.
And then what I would consider the non-traditional bed tax use that is a most recent change from a few years ago, we haven't had anyone really propose anything or talk about it. Have there been any conversations that you're aware of folks that might be coming forward with an application? The folks that would be not the traditional aquariums, stadiums, not the beach nourishment, but the infrastructure type projects.
I've heard it mentioned once, but I have not heard anybody say that that is a direction that we're going and we're going to be applying or coming before the body for that purpose.
It's something that, just personally, I would be much more interested if we were going to go down that path of something in our parks department that is, we talked about the needs yesterday, a one-time capital project in one of our parks rather than a piece of, being able to afford, half a block of sidewalk, which is all this would be able to do. So any conversation for another. On a more positive note, have you seen any early returns or early numbers on how Life's Rewards is doing?
As Leroy told me yesterday, it was kicking, and I won't finish the sentence, but it was a positive in terms of the number of downloads, the number of minutes, and that was after the first week. It's got an average of 4.5 stars out of 5. And it's still ramping up.
Yeah, just nothing but positive press from what I've seen around the country and the different publications that are talking about it. So that's turning out to be a really good bet.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add, in response to Commissioner Justice's comments related to the statutory changes that would authorize infrastructure projects, you all would need to amend your plan, your tourist development plan first, because although the statute allows for it, your plan currently does not. So you all would need to have that policy discussion here first, at the TDC and of course here, and make that modification to your plan, just to give you the procedural.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. We haven't had that conversation at the TDC level yet, and that would obviously come here for that change. I mean, they did allow those changes, and that group, our group, the TDC, hasn't embraced it yet, and either have we. And so I do think it's a fair conversation to have, though. Commissioner Seal.
Thank you. So don't forget, we did have the conversation previously when we did a joint meeting. And at that time, as you recall, the TDC was not favorably inclined towards changing it. Also, I want to mention that the amount, it's very restricted, as you recall, to what it can be used for. So maybe Jewel or somebody needs to send us a primer again about what it can or can't be used for. At the bottom line, it didn't provide a whole lot of funding. And again, it was restricted. So I want to follow up on Commissioner Gerard's comments on the use of the operating expenses of the $4.4 million from the capital budget. And since we have a very healthy reserve in the overall TDC budget, I'd like to see us, if not this year, but over time, restore that capital budget of the $4.4 million. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and to us, it's just moving it around a little bit. Anything else, Commissioner Seal? Okay, yep.
Yes, I forgot to ask, and I think I already know the answer to this, but why didn't the TDC budget receive any CARES funding and or payroll protection funding? I mean, the airport got money.
Well, they got, the airport got direct money, and so that would have had to come out of our piece of that. We certainly could have, had we seen a need. We also do have the upcoming funding that we're going to receive from the American Rescue Plan, and we haven't made any decisions or have any recommendations at this time regarding the use of those funds. I'm sure that some of those funds could be diverted to CBB if that's one of the things that we want to do.
Well, obviously, it doesn't look like we need it at the present time, but and again, I think I already knew the answer, that it was up to the county commission and county administration as to where that CARES funding was allocated. Thank you.
It's not a bad idea to help shore up some of the reserves levels, but that's something we can look at.
The reserves level are just fine.
Okay.
We're very, very fortunate. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? Steve, did you have anything else for us?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for Steve and his group? Okay. I think we're done. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, ladies. All right. We're moving on to Kevin, Economic Development. As soon as we swap out here. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning, thank you.
Good to have you here. And you'll be wearing different hats this morning.
Yes, sir.
He's got a couple of hats right now.
Yeah. Go ahead, Barry. Did you have anything?
Okay, so for economic development, one of our newest analysts, John, is going to kick it off.
Welcome, John.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning, my name is John Ondervik. I'm with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined today with Shane Kuntz, also with the Office of Management Budget, Kevin Knudsen, the ACA and Interim Director of Economic Development, Cindy Margiato with Economic Development, and Kim Cicero with the Star Center.
John, what was your last name again?
Ondrovic. How do you spell that? Ondrovic.
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 Oh, good to have you. When did you join us?
A little over a year ago.
Okay. Well, welcome. Good to have.
Thank you. It's my first time in front of a bunch of people. So.
You'll do fine. You'll do fine. We're pretty easy.
All right, thank you.
You go ahead.
All right, so Pinellas County Economic Development works with existing businesses to encourage expansion and seeks to attract new companies with high-wage careers to Central Florida's Gulf Coast. This is done through the investment tools, professional courses, and business counseling sessions, also trade missions to open markets, as well as local, regional, and statewide partnerships. Beginning in FY21, Economic Development is also responsible for the operations of the Star Center, which is an industrial park which is home to over 1,600 employees. COVID did impact economic development. Economic development contributed 14,356 program hours to support COVID-19, and these were related to activities and programs from April of 20 to February of 21. They played a critical role in supporting the business and alternative PPE working groups in partnership with emergency management. They were also active in aiding businesses with the CARES Act's navigation and support. They also supported the Pinellas CARES Small Business Grant Program, which included sliding scale grants for businesses between $17,000 and $3 million in gross sales. Business diversity grants and arts micro grants for businesses with barriers to other grants was also under their purview, and health and safety grants to assist targeted industries, businesses with COVID-19 related upgrades and safety precautions.
John?
Yes.
Just 1 second, please. Barry, he mentioned the 14,300 program hours out of economic development, and I'm sure that you have that same story for other departments for this past year. What are your immediate, or I guess not immediate, but in the next few months, bringing some of our folks forward to recognize some of those, what I just call their different efforts than their normal job, but keeping, things going.
We really need to, kind of consolidate down all that has occurred over this past year. And we really have been going so fast and haven't had a chance to kind of take a breath and think back. But it's a very good point. We got people that, like you said, at economic development, I don't think people understood the amount of work and what they were doing, human services. But if you visited any one of our sites, the person that checked me in, was from a, administrative department out at, when I was getting my shot, and everybody had a hand in it. And so we've talked about it. We haven't come back with a plan, but we certainly will work on that.
Yeah, please. It's a really powerful statement to not only for us to understand it, but to communicate it to our residents. But what's happened. A lot of residents, everybody kept employed, but we were not as busy in our normal jobs, and so what we've done is
I would like
implement so much else.
We're gonna bring something to you for the June meeting that was an award that we're going to accept as part of a team award, and so we'll have a little bit more for you by then.
Okay, it'd be a good launch point for going forward too.
Yes, and Rodney and I have talked about from employee relations of having some on-site meetings and just thanking people and getting out, and it was hard to do. You don't want to bring a group together because you have a different message about groups and large crowds and and people's concerns and things like that. And so this is kind of a new day where we can begin to get out and really thank and recognize all the different efforts that have occurred, and we can certainly do that at a county level also.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
May I ask, Kevin, can you tell us where you are now? I was having some computer issues with the agenda, and so I've lost track of where you are. I apologize.
Well, he just got started. He's
Right.
he's on page 2, I think, that first or
Okay.
second paragraph.
Right.
Yep, thank you.
And sorry about that, John.
No problem.
Just thought it was a great point you made in the presentation. I just wanted to highlight to that. So go ahead.
Okay. So for the Star Center, they were also affected by COVID-19. Their main impact was the cafeteria licensee, Urist, which experienced a substantial loss in revenue, and they plan to close by the end of September of 21. This dining amenity is important to the 1,600 employees at the Star Center, and therefore staff is preparing to alter support areas to house a self-service market by December of 21. PCED has three.
John, I'm so sorry, but this area is a big interest to us, and we have a question here.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just wondering what that means. A self-service market, what is that?
It's
Like
basically.
vending machines or
I'm sorry. Go
vending
ahead.
machines or what?
Kim? It's kind of like what they have at the courthouse.
Oh,
Over at 315 Court and
Okay.
at CJC, there are two self-serve markets there. Airmark is the current vendor that is in both of those operations. And basically what it means is you'll have refrigerated lunches, breakfasts, or whatnot. You can microwave them yourself, and you actually have a self-pay station as well. Everything is an honor system, although they have 360 cameras everywhere. So we'll have the same thing over at the Star Center. We're looking
Interesting.
forward to moving towards that direction.
okay.
When you're back down at if you go downstairs, you pick up a yogurt, go over and you scan it, put your card in, pay for it, and go. And they have sandwiches and different things like that, and they refresh those, daily. So they don't make it, they bring it in, but it's fresh.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the pleasure of eating at one when I had to serve jury duty at the courthouse. And they also have the microwaves there because there are hot things you can purchase, like little food meals that you can purchase to warm up. And the scan machine, I will say this, and some may or may not agree, but even some of the people that were there for jury duty, just persons from the community, the prices are a little high. They even have ice cream in one of the vending machine things, but just to purchase some of the items out of the machine, I mean, you can, if you don't mind passing this along to Airmark or whatever, but it was a little high for persons who may be working and not able to have a car to go somewhere else. The food was fresh, and it was okay, but I just thought the prices were a little high.
So what do you do if you don't have a credit card? You don't.
You don't.
Because there was nowhere for cash. You had to
Yeah.
use a debit or a credit card.
The real issue with our food vendors is it's almost impossible to get people to bid on them. They just don't make any money to come in and set up and operate. And so we end up trying to subsidize people to have lunch, and that's obviously very difficult to do, but you want to have something available for people. This is a new model. It's out in a lot of businesses. It's the way they've switched to that, to where they're made fresh, but they're trucked in to where they can centralize that operation. They do 10,000 versus making 1,000 meals for us, and then they truck it in and put it out.
And I'm assuming there's many vendors like this that do this,
There
so
are-
that
there are a lot
we
of
can
vendors.
again do
Yes.
refresh.
That's correct.
Commissioner Long, you had a comment.
I guess this conversation is telling me that there's no plans to do anything in terms of increasing selections or having frozen yogurt or something outrageous like that,
Well, we
right?
can certainly, talk to the vendor about that, but we've set that up. It was a bid item, and we've kind of set up that model because if there's just not a lot of money to be made if you don't set it up as in that type of a model.
Well, it probably doesn't help much, the fact that it's hidden back in there and a lot of people probably don't even know it's there.
And we just don't have the numbers, I mean, you take about where they have a cafeteria, you've got to have a lot of people in one spot, for to be able to operate a restaurant. And we're kind of bifurcated out into lots of little spots, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we'll get back to you. We'll keep going and.
All right, thank you. Economic Development has 3 programs, all of which are under the general fund, and beginning in FY21, they oversee the Star Center Fund. So the 3 programs for economic development, the first one is the Economic Development Incentives Grant Program, and this provides funding for the incentive programs. There are no revenues associated with this program. The expenditures decreased $13,600, and this is based on what is expected to be invoiced by the state of Florida for incentive projects that have been approved by the BCC. The Business Retention, Expansion, and Attraction Program provides funding to expand and retain the existing industry base and attract targeted and primary industries to Pinellas County. This includes workforce development and the Industrial Development Authority. Revenues are from various application fees for industry development and are projected to remain the same as the FY21 adopted budget. Expenditures increased $47,490, or about 2%. The increases is in the personal services is due to the annual wage adjustment, and these are offset by decreases in operating expenses due to the elimination of some business development events, reduced purchasing of promotional items, and the elimination of the incentive tracking software since the State Qualified Target Industry Initiative, QTI program, was sunset in 2020. Performance for this program, the Team Tampa Bay, the development of Team Tampa Bay, which is a regional economic development and marketing effort, was put on hold in FY20 due to COVID-19. It is moving forward now with an updated timeline. The new organization currently has kicked off is currently kicked off as scheduled to begin in October of 21. The organization will replace the services formerly provided by the Tampa Bay Partnership. The FY22 budget request includes $25,000 for Team Tampa Bay memberships. However, details have not been finalized by the county admin, and administration costs are possible. And I'm on page 5 just to give you where we're at. The Innovation Incubator is Pinellas County received $7.5 million grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration and will match $4.5 million to design and construct a $14 million, 45,000 square foot Tampa Bay Center for the Innovation Incubator. The construction of the incubator must be completed by July of 2023 to meet the EDA requirements and is currently on track to do so. Economic Development has a fundraising goal of $3.5 million and granted the Tampa Bay Innovation Center $120,000 to hire an outside firm to provide development services. Of the $3.5 million, $2 million will cover the remaining construction costs and $1.5 million will cover the furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Hold on a minute, John. I know you're kind of keeping us up to date on this, Barry, a little bit, but I think it might be good to stop off just so we can all maybe talk about it together a little bit. Just an update, that'd be great.
Okay, so actually, if I've got your attention, I'll talk about 2 items. So first, on the Tampa Bay Innovation Center, we had a grant. As you know, we committed a certain amount of funding. Both the scope and the cost of that project has increased. We challenged them to raise that in the private sector. This is a function that's going to serve our business community, and they should have the linkages and wherewithal to be able to raise that money. And so we put out that challenge, and we've asked that they do that. We then gave them seed money to be able to hire somebody to actually raise money. And we knew last year was a bad year. So originally they come to us, but it was right in the beginning of the pandemic. Companies are trying to figure out just how to, what to do with themselves. So we knew that wasn't a good time. But now they're on track. They're raising money. They've been successful. I defer to Kevin, who's on top of it more on a day-to-day basis, but that's where we're at. We've raised that challenge, and we'll see how successful they are at closing that gap in funding.
So it's $3.5 million that
It's
we're trying to...
$3.5 million. The original amount that they were always committed to was the furniture and fixtures. But as the cost increased, frankly, they needed to have more skin in this game. I think it was very generous of the commission to provide the funding that we've provided to cover that initial amount. But we thought that was a fair and balanced way of approaching it. And so they're working on that, and hopefully they'll be successful here real soon.
Do we have, I heard the target date of it has to be constructed by June of 23. What's the target date for construction start for that to happen? And
Kevin, go ahead.
We need to have shovels in the ground before July 29th of this year. And so
July 29th?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's on a tight time period.
So how's the fundraising coming?
It's moving along. She's got a lot of good people who are interested in talking about a commitment. I know that she's only received some small dollar amounts so far, but there is momentum going into this.
Okay, all right, well, and that's needed before the construction starts? Or are you planning to?
We have some decisions to make then, right? Because if, once shovel goes in the ground, well, then people contribute money to something that's already being built, or not. And I'll bring that back for us for discussion. Right now, I'm really focused on them having some real skin in this game and raising those dollars.
Yeah.
I think they can do it. They've got to be aggressive at it. And their private sector partners need to help them step forward.
Yeah. Commissioner Flowers, did you have something?
Thank you, Barry. I was just going to share, Barry, you're correct. The private sector partners, Johns Hopkins, All Children's, University of South Florida, some major key players that have access to persons who have the ability to either help contribute or direct someone into the right conversation to help contribute towards it. I will also share with you that they have an outreach effort as it relates to merging in the technology piece for broadband infrastructure to help with the center, and the Pinellas Community Foundation voted to provide them with $10,000 of the $25,000 that they're asking for. Has nothing to do with the construction costs, but it has all to do with the broadband technology piece that they'll need to help push them forward. So people are stepping up, to the plate, but I've had a meeting with them and I share with them they've got to really kick it into gear. Yeah. I mean, it will be in a very needed part of the community, and I think that the concept is phenomenal. But they gotta kick fundraising into gear.
The vision of this thing is incredible, and and again, I'm not saying that vision's being transmitted right or wrong, or but it's like time is really of the essence, and I'm not sensing that.
Well, I think they know very clearly where I stand on the issue, okay. And they know time is of the essence, and I've also made it pretty crystal clear that it's their responsibility to raise that money.
I think there might be some maybe unintended negotiations going on or something. I don't know, because it seems to me that are we going to let this opportunity go, and are they thinking that? And so again, I think we need to make. And I know you are, but
yes, but again, people have incentive when they think unless this occurs, it won't happen. Yeah, and I've made that pretty clear.
Yeah, so. I think the county has made a big commitment. And,
we have,
and so I think your position is clear to them, and that's important. What you had something else for us?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about on a more positive note. The team Tampa Bay. We've talked a lot about, and even during the pandemic, I really tried to work to think about the next step in economic development. And I think there's some really tremendous opportunities for us to come together as a region. Very soon, now that we can meet as groups and stuff, you're going to see the county administrator of Hillsborough, Pasco, and myself meet, because I've offered to buy a beverage of their choice. And because we have so much to work on together. And so, coming together, and we've talked about this, we've tried to work on pandemic issues, even though we have different commissions with different thoughts and ideas about where to go. We've tried to coordinate. And I think that carries over into economic development. We all represent, unique areas, and we'll probably have different strategies, but coming together to coordinate the way in which we work as a region. We had that opportunity back when Tampa Bay EDC changed their name, and there was some hard feelings, and we were going to bring everybody together with the elected officials and talk through those issues and really talk about we have much more in common. Then the pandemic hit, so that was pushed off. Now it's been over a year. So we want to revisit that and bring people together. I want to work with our chair and the other elected officials now that we can meet. Certainly from an administration side, we've talked about it. There's some real opportunities there, and we want to capitalize on those this year.
Yeah, that's been the goal for a few years now, and then it's another goal. The chair's office each year makes that as a primary goal, to try to get our commissions together. Mm-hmm. Certainly Hillsborough and Pinellas, but Pasco's right there at the table on a lot of our conversations. So whether it's economic development, whether it's transportation, And then that little area up in, the Tri-County area up there where there's a lot of infrastructure issues that we could all just kind of chat about as a group. I think it'd be great to get us together, symbolically, if not substantively, that we could.
And we have a new partner with Bonnie, being the new county administrator in Hillsborough, and she's welcomed the regional approach. And we talk all the time.
I'm really encouraged, Barry, by that, by the way you all have worked together this past year. I mean, that to me is really important. Could you talk just briefly about that internal economic development review that you've been going through as far as what are we doing in Pinellas County? Are we doing enough? How can we be better?
So we didn't, rest on trying to figure out where we're going to go with the region, because we knew it was going to be a while before we could really get together and talk through regional issues. So we started a process, and then Mike said he was going to retire, so it kind of accelerated that process to say if we met as a region, who would represent us as a region? Is it St. Petersburg? Is it Clearwater? Is it Oldsmar? From a city side. We really weren't organized to put our best foot forward regionally, even within Pinellas County. So we conducted a economic development study, and frankly, we hired Langley Group, which is the one who did the economic development study, a regional economic development study for Tampa Bay Partnership. And we did that purposely because they had already worked on regional issues. And so he's helped us with, and a report's going to be coming to you soon?
Next month.
Okay. And that's going to be really talk about options and ideas that we have for how we conduct economic development. And there's different ideas about whether it's an EDC or whether we keep it internal. But it doesn't really matter. It's really about bringing us together and having a stronger coordinated role here in Pinellas County. Whatever structure we use, that's the key piece that'll really bring that home. So we intend on bringing that forward to you. That'll put us in a better position of how we interact regionally as part of the next step.
Thank you. Commissioner Long?
Yes, thank you so much for the words you just articulated, Barry, because it was music to my ears. And I'm curious about whether or not you've had any discussions with Bonnie about the possibility of bringing, you remember, commissioners, how many times I'm looking at several of us who have been chairs in the past, have tried to unite and do that with a joint meeting with our commission and the Hillsborough Commission. And we have, even though there have been some folks who have expressed a desire to do so, it's just never happened. Is that possibility there now because we have new people here on our commission and they do as well?
It's absolutely a possibility.
Yay!
We have talked about it. We got to wait for the right time. We're like 2 weeks into no mask, or a week, I guess, And so everybody's got to get comfortable about where we're at, meeting in large groups. And so I think that's something that we talk about, when is the right time. But certainly we've discussed it as the county administrators, and we all agree that we're stronger together, and we have more things in common than not. And so there's some real opportunity there.
And maybe we include Pasco as well. I don't know. That's up for you guys.
Absolutely, I think we should include Pasco.
Well, they're like we said a minute ago, they're at the table on so many things.
I know.
So they should be there
I
too. So anyway, I think that's what we've said since January, that we really like to get that done. And like you said, now that it's opening up, maybe we can start to address that.
We will work on it.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How often do we, and I don't remember the last time, and I don't know who makes this decision, so the target industries, the industries that we put an emphasis on as far as going out and recruiting to bring here or to cultivate local, it's the manufacturing, the aviation, financial services, defense, IT, life sciences. But how often do we review that, see how we're doing in each one of those categories, and then think about taking one of those off the list, or because it doesn't fit, or adding one on? Or how does that process?
So I'll defer to our economic development folks to answer that, but I will tell you this, there's a much deeper dive that we should be doing in economic development, and that's to create a CEDS, which is a comprehensive economic development strategy. it is required for many federal grants. And really does a deep dive, not just looking at things that you want to target, but it matches up to make sure your employment base supports that. You know, I mean, when we talk economic development, it is workforce, workforce, and workforce. And so you've got to have a strategy that integrates career source, integrates, you know, all your educational opportunities, types of businesses, and what they're drawing from. And so I think that is where we need to be. I'll let them speak to how they've kind of, segmented those sectors up until now. But that is going to be the next thing I'm going to be coming to you to take on.
And I think to your point, I think we do have those, they come up in a kind of a reactive mode when a company comes to the area and it's looking to choose from one of 10 cities to move to. And then they do those evaluations themselves about us, like whether it's transit, whether it's the job force that we have here, whatever the issues, whatever the criteria that they're using to relocate their business. It'd be nice to have that study, kind of that self-reflection and an understanding, to your point, about that group of targets.
Well, and I mean, all of those, obviously, those target industries are great, and we do want to diversify. We don't want, just to be the resort and no other industry. I 100% get that. But then on the other hand, it feels weird when a marine industry moves its headquarters to East Hillsborough County or somewhere like that, instead of even looking at Pinellas County. And so that's the part where there's some that seem to be like a natural fit for what we do every day, whether it's marine or tourism or those kind of industries that we're strong on, that we don't get the flip side where we're trying to get after a headquarters or a corporate satellite even or something like. Anyway, it's purely anecdotal, so I don't have the numbers, but it seems just logical to me.
There's very key metrics when you're responding to a company proposal. I mean, I've had this all my career. A particular city says, I want to put a new automotive plant in there, and it's like, well, you're not going to get it. It's like fitting a round peg into a square hole. They look at metrics, and they can narrow down on paper from a corporate office across the world of where they're going to go, and then from there, then there's the intangible, it's access, and all these other things. So, but that's an area where I think we can refine that. They do a good job with it. They know their market, okay, but I think it's just taking it to a next level. But they can probably speak to that better.
Commissioner Gerard, do you have a question?
I just had one. I could swear I saw in here somewhere that we're updating the targeted industries plan, sort of. Or did I just make that up in my head?
No, absolutely. As part of the process that Barry mentioned we're going through and looking how we do governance within the county, we need to update all those plans to make sure that everybody's focused on the right things. And so this summer we'll be launching a SEDS program. Right now I'm going to be talking to the regional planning agency who's doing a similar program to see if we can dovetail those efforts. But either way, we're going to do that ourselves.
Okay, great.
Okay. John, we're going to get to you, John. I mean, thanks for being patient with us. This is really great stuff that we're hearing from you in your report, but there's a lot of thoughts around the table about it. So do you guys have any follow-up comments to make at this point, or you want to wait?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's go back to John.
Okay. Starting on page 6, Small Business Assistance Program. This provides funding for small businesses assistance, including the Small Business Development Center and the Small Business Enterprise Program. These includes fundings for classes, workshops, individual counseling, and technical assistance with financing and other needs. Revenues for this program increased $9,500 or 3.7%. The revenues include class fees and grants from the USF Small Business Development Center program to assist small businesses with startup business planning, marketing, and growth, government procurement, capital access, and financial management assistance. And this is in the form of 2,880 hours of consulting services. The revenue is also received from a new agreement with the City of St. Petersburg, which is for the business training classes fees. Expenditures increased by $39,530, or about 4.5%. The increases is due to personal services because of the annual wage adjustments, and increases in the operating expenses are due from travel and training costs for the Small Business Development Center certifications related to trainings. And these costs for the trainings are offset by the revenues that are received by the City of St. Petersburg. For the performance for this program, the Small Business Development Center supported 4,386 jobs by clients receiving services from Florida Small Business Development Center consultants in FY20. As of March, the department has already has 4,471 jobs. These figures are significantly higher than in previous years due to business owners seeking support and information related to the CARES Act.
Hey, John, hold on one second.
Sure.
Karen, Commissioner Seal, are you there? Or did you have your hand up?
I did. So the only comment I was going to make is, how is it that economic development could grant $120,000 to the Tampa Bay Innovation Center to hire an outside firm for fundraising without our approval?
We're using funds from inside the organization from this year's budget.
I understand, but I mean, how do they grant that without our approval?
Commissioner, it's the first question I've had. We didn't think it required a commission approval to do that, so we had funding within our budget.
Yeah, Karen, it was processed as a sponsorship through our existing budget. Similar to how we did AmSkills.
And the contract amount is within the threshold of the county administrator's delegated authority.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I heard Barry phrase it earlier is they fronted the money for the efforts, but maybe I was wishful thinking on my part. So that we gave them that funding so that they could get that process started.
Yeah, so to your comment, Commissioner, I did try to brief the commissioners individually on terms of where we were going with that. I said we were bringing that. I may not have said specifically we were going to help them fund that, but they really have no margin within their budget to be able to go out and raise the money. So they were going to be unsuccessful without us helping them with a development plan to be able to raise those capital dollars. That's the reason that we agreed to do that, because we thought the return on the investment was going to be that we would make this project happen.
Yeah.
And without it, we don't think they would be successful.
And I think those are the comments that I was making earlier about the concern for July 29th. I mean,
yeah, no, they had to hit it. They had to do it quick.
Yeah, well, then there's not much time to get that money raised. Commissioner Seal, were you finished? Did you have another?
If I should have raised that to you, I apologize.
Go.
That's fine. Actually, the only comment I'm going to make in general, and I understand part of it, but it does seem to be that we have become very consultant heavy, and more than I ever recall in past years. And part of it I do understand given the environment, but I do believe we should have a discussion about this at some point, maybe not now.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the small business enterprise programs, I think I saw on one of your meetings previously when Commissioner Welch was here that a presentation or an update was made to the commission related to where the SBE was, the programming and things of that nature. And I saw bits and pieces of it, but I think it may be appropriate to have that presentation made to us, again, as it relates to those same businesses and how they fared through the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the businesses were able to maintain, they could decrease maybe their staffing or their productivity, but they were able to maintain. Others may not have been able to stay at the same level. So I think it would behoove us, if we are going to continue to be very strong in this area, that presentation may help us formulate ways that maybe we could provide some support whether it's our internal departments or whatever, to try to help them through, because, you know, some took a greater hit than others.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in some corporate,
Yeah.
you know, circumstances, it's the same thing with them as well. But I just would be interested to see
Yeah.
how we,
I think that's a great
How we
idea,
manage
and I think, you know, given the fact that July's around the corner, and there are things that have gone on this past year, we probably would be, you know, a great discussion.
I completely agree. We were keeping and doing that, you know, on an ongoing basis, and frankly, we haven't done that in a while. So we need to update that. I'll ask Cynthia. Frankly, I haven't even met with Cynthia in probably a year because it got so busy, but we can certainly do that.
Yeah, there are a lot of important issues for us to deal with now that we can kind of put some other things behind us.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
so-
one.
So this is a big one. Commissioner Law.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So Kevin, I don't know who's going to answer this, but you kind of jumped ahead when you went to page 6, because I was waiting for you to address the last paragraph on page 5, and I had some specific questions and issues that I wanted to ask about there. Is it all right to go back there, Mr. Chair, and get that taken
That's fine.
care of
Yep.
before we move further? So I understand that we're in the throes of doing a space study. I get that. I'm very interested in finding out how much money we have already spent on renovations, upgrades, repairs, et cetera, on the 501 building in downtown St. Pete. Last week, I received several phone calls from several judges. I had a conversation with Barry about this, about some of the air quality issues in that courthouse, the asbestos that has been found, et cetera. And Barry was kind enough to look into it right away, and I saw a follow-up email from, I think it was Joe Lauro. That said, the response from Mr. Lauro did not sit well with some of those judges who continued to call me afterwards, and apparently they've all been moved to their homes to work along with staff, so they're all in other places. And I understand we're doing remediation, but this isn't the first time we've done it. And given that we're doing this space study, I'm worried that we're pouring good money after bad, given that we've had some of the same issues in the old courthouse before it was all totally done. But we already know we have major issues in our own courthouse, hence the need for the space study to determine how we move further before we spend millions of dollars fixing that. But you know, the other thing that I want to bring to your attention, everyone, is I have heard, admittedly, it's through the grapevine, but you know, when there's smoke, there's usually a fire. You know that the legislature really passed legislation to create the 2nd District Court of Appeals Federal Courthouse, a new one, and they want to move it from the Lakeland area over here to Pinellas County. And my folks have shared with me that there's an interest in moving to the 501 building in that space, not the building, but, you know, using that property. And I think maybe it might be a good idea to just find out if there's any truth there to that, number one. And number two, if they are looking for space, perhaps there's an opportunity to consolidate some things rather than keeping on putting money into what we know is a very old building to begin with. So I just wanted to put that out there and see if there's any thoughts around it, or Barry.
Let me respond to a couple things. One, I have not heard about the 501, you know, space. I have heard a different location down in St. Petersburg as a possible site. It's currently state-owned property, but we'll see. I haven't been contacted, so I don't know about that. The issue with it's not the 501 building, it's within the courthouse, and it's courthouse renovation. And you have certain areas that were blocked off under negative pressure, and they found two, let's just be real clear because I don't want this out. I mean, they found 2 asbestos particles, which is well below a safe standard. as measured by air quality. You're working in an old building. They're doing all the remediation practices, they're encapsulating it, any areas that have asbestos. But it's any building that was built before, a certain time period, 1980, is going to have asbestos. And so you've got to remediate and you got to encapsulate it. And it looks like they've taken all the necessary procedures. There was a lot of correspondence that was going out. I know people have concerns. I know they've tried to address those, but they went overboard. They even brought in, because rather than just taking the company's word for it, we brought in a third party to do that monitoring and do air testing. And so we're not just taking the company that's doing the work at their word. So they've done everything that they can do, and I know that they're reaching out to them, and I know that if they feel that those are any safety precautions, that they would implement those.
And follow up to the costs that we've already spent?
I'll have to look into that. That's part of this space study is huge. I mean, that's the reason it's taken a long time. You kind of did that for the courts several years ago, and you ended up with a south, a mid, and a north county for the court complex and the way they were doing business, and then a civil court down in Clearwater. We're trying to do that with us, but we're trying to figure out what do we need operationally. And you can pay for a building if you design space to where you can economize and get efficiency in design, and you can also provide better customer service. And so it's incumbent upon us to really do a good job with the space plan, and we need to, and as part of that, look at, you have a facility assessment on facilities that will tell you whether you should be renovating, demolishing, and building new, or how do you want to handle current buildings that you have. And so that will be part of that, and looking about whether it's cost effective to renovate or whether we should get out of that and build new. 501 building is part of that. We've got a lot of discussions that we're going to have to occur because we have people that use that space. And so Julie, for instance, SOE, they need to have space downtown. Not necessarily there, but they want to make sure that we address their operational needs. And so as part of that, we'll evaluate the 501 building, but we also have to work with our partners and our staff that are in there to make sure their operational needs are met both today and into the future. That'll all be part of that process, and that's also the reason it's taking so long.
I just have, and a quick follow-up, not on that, but just another comment that I would like to make. I do agree with Commissioner Seal's word of caution to us about consultant heavy, and I clearly remember, and I know she does, and that's what she was thinking. Sorry, Karen, but we did get quite a surprise a few years ago when we became aware of how much money had been used in our county budget for consultants. And we had not been aware of it because there were many contracts that were let out. Given the authority of the county administrator, a contract expires, you can easily re-engage that consulting firm again and still be under the threshold, and we were not getting any reports that reflected that was going on. So it was quite an interesting time, and it has nothing to do with Barry, or probably, I don't know how many people were here back then. Remember, I know Jewel does. But I do think that that's something to bear paying attention to and knowing that, the possibility is there.
Tomorrow when we're in my budget, okay, you'll be able to see the amount that we have set aside, so it'll be, and we'll make sure that we go through that in detail with you.
Please do. I think that would be comforting to those of us that have been around a while. Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard.
No, it was just that. I was going to ask for a list of things we have. I don't think that the county administrator has been in any way covert about, contracting, but it does seem like we hear it a lot, so.
You do, and I think the And we can have that discussion tomorrow, but, I think that's where we have to look. You don't use a consultant to supplement staff. You hire a consultant to bring expertise of things that you don't have the expertise internally to do.
Absolutely.
This space study is a great example. We could have made a lot of decisions that will affect our operations for the next 30 years, but without hiring someone that can really put the time and bring a team together to do that, we'd be making foolish decisions. The other consultants that we had, you saw that with the parks. We looked at that internally, but you had a company that could really come in and dig in and look at the type of detail that really brought some expertise to the table and help us with looking at the parks. And then the other one was in our fleet, and you're going to get that report. So we've tried to be judicious, but you're exactly right. When you hire that out, it costs a lot of money. But, again, it's whether or not you have the expertise to really be able to conduct those things internally or not.
Yeah, and sometimes, it is the expertise that we don't have. And we're talking about that on the raise issue right now, in the economic, the group that we're talking about hiring to help us through a process that we don't have the expertise. City of St. Petersburg doesn't have it either. And we also talked about a self-reflection on our DRS and our building department. We went outside and got a group to kind of come in and look at what we're doing. So that's not necessarily that we don't have the expertise, but it's an independent evaluation of an area that we thought we needed some help. So I think you're right. I think we do have to be aware of what those uses are. And some of them, we don't have it. Some of them, we do need to have that expertise look at what we've been doing. But it's always good to understand.
But I'll make sure for tomorrow, we'll have outlined what we've used this past year. So there's a full transparency, and then, kind of what we see for next year. And that way we can outline that clearly for you.
All right. John, back to you. You have a very discombobulated presentation here this morning. I'm kidding, of course. Are you finished, or did you have some additional?
I was just going to summarize,
Go ahead.
just for this program.
Yep.
To summarize, the overall revenues for the 3 programs for the general fund increased a total of $9,500, or 3.3%. The expenditures for the 3 programs increased $73,420, or about 2.3%. The total budget requested is about $3.3 million, and that the revenues cover about 9% of economic development's total expenditures, which means that the anticipated net impact to the general fund will be about $3 million for FY22. And then I would like now to start the Star Center Fund.
Yeah, we're going to finish that up. I don't know where we're going to go after that, and soon after that, we're going to break for lunch. So
We certainly can. We have Forward Pinellas up next, but we're a little behind schedule, but that's fine. We have time at the end of the day.
As soon as we're finished with John's part here, and I don't know how, Kevin, if you want to finish up anything after John, then we'll break for lunch. Go ahead.
All right, for the Star Center Fund, the total resources decreased $573,540, or about 5.3%. This is mainly due to the beginning fund balance decreasing $566,500, or 14%, due to funds needed for projects, facility maintenance, and a slight decrease of about $7,000 in total revenues. Total requirements, expenditures are 100% supported by the revenues generated by the Star Center. Total expenditures increased $839,280. These increases are due to a non-recurring expense to convert the current food service area to a self-service center, and that's about $70,000. Costs associated with the scheduled shutdown in December of 21, costs associated with the chiller drift eliminator, and also costs associated with the switchgear replacement, fire alarm replacements, various central air handler unit replacements, and these were offset by projects that were completed for roof repairs and also additional other air handler replacements. Total reserves decreased $1.4 million, or 63.8%. The budgeted reserve of $801,250 is dedicated to future capital projects. The shutdown that I mentioned occurs every 3 years with lessor, and they conduct required shutdown maintenance activities on the electrical switchgear and all the major power distribution panels, as well as maintenance on the facility heating and air conditioner services. And due to projects budgeted in the CIP, the projected beginning fund balance will be in a deficit to start FY24. So the money will run out in '23 because of those projects.
Okay. Any comment? Barry, do you have a comment?
Della just reminded me that we have SBE already scheduled for August 19th or something like that. So it's on the schedule. I just forgot about it.
Okay, performance analysis for Star Center is working with Colliers, a consultant, to develop a Star Center master plan. This initiative seeks to maximize the creation of target industry employment and increase the tax base for the Star Center property while ensuring that site operations achieve and maintain self-sustaining revenues, ensuring that the site operations, level. Star Center expects Collier study on the site to be completed by September of this year. The cost of the consultant is about $62,000, and it's in the '22 budget request.
Just to comment on that, that study that's coming forward from Colliers on how we keep that going as an quote-unquote investment that we're managing, is there a thought? I mean, we tried to sell it a couple years ago and that didn't happen. Are we going to get some comments about the increasing attractiveness or decreasing attractiveness of that property from a sale perspective? It just seems like it's not something that, I mean, we're in the business right now that we maybe not need to be in. So I just want to know if that piece is going to be looked at when Colliers comes back. Do we know?
Phase one of the study that we're working with on Colliers, and by the way, it's I did talk them down to 60 because that's what we budgeted, so you can change that in there. And to keep in mind, that 60,000 is paid from the special revenue funds that come from the Star Center, not general fund, so it's really tenant money. But the hope is that everything that we do over there is benefiting the tenants as well and bringing on more tenants. So their study, initially what they're going to do is talk to our existing tenants that are there. They're going to talk to stakeholders in the community, other businesses, and part of the economic development team as well, to find out what we should do with the vacant parcel. So the northeast parcel, which is with purchasing right now for to be put out for an RFN, that's on 114th. That's separate from this master plan. We do have the old school lot, a northeast acre lot. Currently, part of our work plan is to demolish or decommission the industrial wastewater neutralization plant to be able to make some room there. We're working with the Department of Energy right now to try to continue their cleanup efforts. The hope is that we can, by attracting new business and developing some of that land, make it sustainable. And then in the years to come, you'll have a property that maybe someone will want to pay more than $5 million for. So there's 96 acres of beautiful land there. There's some things that need to be looked at, such as possibly putting together property owners associations, understanding what to do with 114th, which is a private avenue,
Okay.
Working with the current ground leases to get them off our utilities.
So again, part of, Commissioner Long wanted to go back to page 5, and under that last paragraph where they talk about kind of doing a inventory of available property that we own in this county, which is, it's almost mind-boggling sometimes. Is that effort being conducted along with this Star Center inventory? Is it together?
No, these are two separate. The Collier study, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but the Collier study really is looking at that site, at the Star Center site. Okay, is that correct? You know?
That's right. The master plan will look just at that particular site. The study that you're referring to, we looked at about 500 different properties within the county that we own. And we're about to come back to staff and look at what's good for affordable housing, what would be good for economic development, what would parks want to maintain, what does stormwater need. Once we go through that process, we'll determine what surplus that we could actually put out on the market. That's different from the Star Center.
Okay, just so there's two separate.
Yes, sir.
Same kind of thought process, but two separate projects. And I know the one that you guys are talking about is very complicated center, and we do want it to be more attractive for a potential buyer for sure. So Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Or did you have anything else?
I'm good unless you have any other questions.
Okay. John, are you done?
I am complete. So I'd like to turn it over to Kevin if he has any comments.
Thank you, John, for your patience.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate and welcome again.
Thank you.
Well, the good news is most of what I wanted to talk about, you brought out in your questions, so that was really helpful. I do want to add a couple things to that.
Yes, please.
First one is Langley has finished his report and given us a draft, and so we're going to get back to him and make sure that it's all tightened up. The next step on that is to put an implementation plan into place that allows us to talk to people in the industries, in our educational partners, and with the nonprofits locally to determine what the path forward is. We're going to have to put together a small group of leaders to determine what that looks like, who's on board, who we invite to the table, how we structure it, what the bylaws are. All those issues need to be brought out over the next year or so. So that will be starting this summer. Secondarily, we did a strategic planning process in the department under Mike's leadership last year that started us on a good progress towards identifying things for the sets that will give us a lot of information that we can use in that process. But it also allows us to look at how we're focusing our resources today to make sure that we're addressing things like workforce, redevelopment, and supply chain issues. So during this year, we're going to be looking at shifting some of our resources internally and paying attention to those very important things.
Sounds good. Sounds excellent. Anything else, Kevin, from your perspective that you wanted to?
That was what I wanted to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Kevin? Okay, well, I really appreciate the time. I know we are a little behind today, but I mean, these categories are all kind of interconnected and interrelated this morning, and certainly, as you can tell, of big interest to the commission, and really important topic. So I guess since I don't hear anything more from economic development, we will take a break for lunch and start back in a half an hour. That looks like 12:35, so we'll see how successful I am on that one. But that'll be our shot, so we'll take a break. Thank you. we can try to be done before 8 o'clock tonight. No, I'm kidding. What's that? Yeah, really. We're going to go ahead and get started with Forward Pinellas. Go ahead, Barry.
All right, back up is John to introduce our Forward Pinellas budget.
Good afternoon. My name is John Ondervik, and I'm with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm here today with Witz Blanton, the Executive Director of Forward Pinellas, and Rodney Chapman, the Planning Division Manager for Forward Pinellas. The mission of the PPC is to maintain and enhance a representative forum for countywide planning that provides for overall policy direction, plan consistency, interagency cooperation, and technical assistance in the furtherance of an effective countywide planning process. The PPC annually adopts a countywide ad valorem tax with the corresponding millage levied by the BCC. The maximum levy authorized is 1/6 of 1 mil, which is 0.1666. Their current millage for FY21 is 0.0150, which is 9% of the authorized levy. And for FY22, they will be requesting a millage increase to 0.0160. For FY22, Forward Pinellas will continue to work with partner agencies and organizations to develop integrated transportation and land use solutions that sustain the quality of life and strengthen the economic value of the communities of Pinellas County. A major focus will be responding to growing pressures to deliver more housing options that are affordable and preserving lands that can accommodate high-wage job growth. The agency plans to complete a major update of the 2008 Target Employment Industrial Land Study, which laid the foundation for current policies that preserve land for high-paying jobs for Pinellas County. PPC continues to deliver services to Pinellas County's communities in the form of static and interactive mapping, technical assistance for special planning projects, serving as a planning, data, and analysis clearinghouse, and assisting local area stakeholders to solve complex problems. Their leadership believes in developing a dynamic and highly capable staff using retirements of long-tenured staff as an opportunity to grow the next generation of leaders while ensuring that personnel costs remain stable. They do face increased financial constraints due to the reduction in grant revenues and increases in operating costs. For instance, the Florida Department of Transportation and Pinellas County have eliminated their local match contribution for a federal grant program to the MPO that is used to fund a portion of the agency's operations. The physical impact of Forward Pinellas from this is approximately $172,000. The FDOT portion of the local cash match no longer provided was $120,000, and the local cash match no longer provided by the county was $52,000. The PPC is requesting a millage increase for FY22. The current budget reflects a 1% increase with the new millage increase. It increases their ad valorem tax revenue by $101,030, which is a 7.7% increase. Because of the property appraiser's estimate yesterday of the 5.5% or better, that would actually give them an additional $62,700 in revenues if that was the case. If the board approves their millage increase, the additional revenues will be used to support additional projects. They have total resources of $4.8 million, reflecting an increase of $1.5 million, which is 46.9%. Approximately $1.4 million of the increase is due to the adjustment to the fund balance from unused funds from FY21. Unused funds are due to certain things that have happened because of COVID and other things. The Gateway Master Plan and the Safe Streets Pinellas Action Plan projection costs came under budget. Some projects have taken longer than anticipated to be completed. Their PPC is working with the City of Pinellas, City of St. Petersburg, and the City of Indian Rocks Beach on 2 Safe Street Pinellas demonstration projects. The PPC projected that these projects to be done in early 2021, but they'll be most likely completed in later fall of 2021. Another delayed program is the Planning and Placemaking Grant Program. There are 2 projects with the City of St. Petersburg and 1 with Pinellas Park that have not yet been completed. The Knowledge Exchange series on multimodal transportation indices, best practices, was delayed because of the pandemic. The PPC also plans to convert their agenda packets to Legistar Granicus and the budget funds to cover these costs. The PPC budgets funds to hire a planning analyst or planner when Al Bartolata retired in December of 2020, but that was delayed. The decision was delayed once the FDOT notified them of their decision that they would no longer provide the local cash match. This was done to better understand the financial impact of the lost revenues. FDOT's reimbursement of the eligible MPO costs do not occur on a set schedule, so the PPC must have a flexible fund balance to front the MPO costs and seeks reimbursement when the funds from FDOT are received. The PPC also receives other revenues from other charges to local governments, interest, and also from MPO services. Local governments contract with Forward Pinellas to complete various types of planning projects that fall under technical assistance. These include maintaining zoning and/or future land use maps for 8 local governments, fulfill special mapping requests and compensates for more complex requests that involve significant staff time. They're engaged by the City of Gulfport to conduct a building scale and a massive study for the waterfront redevelopment area in FY21, and this is going to continue into FY22. They're engaged with the City of Bel Air Beach to update the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations in FY21, and this is continuing into FY22. And in FY22, they anticipate the completion of about $10,100 of work with local government partners. For the requirements, their personal services is projected to decrease by about $97,000, which is about 4.3%. And this is due to the retirement of long-term employees and being offset by the future hiring of new employees at a minimum pay rate. Operating expenses increased $1.2 million, or about 129%. These were in the areas of professional services, contingency, budgeting for government-wide expenses that were not included in their budget previously, and for the intergovernmental charges for FY22. Approximately $600,000 of that $1.2 million will be used to conduct an investment corridor study in support of the Advantage Pinellas plan. The department will plan to study either the 34th Street South, alternate US 19, or the Roosevelt Boulevard, East Bay, West Bay Drive, and they will work with the board and local governments to select the most appropriate corridor. They have several initiatives that they're going to be doing in FY22, continuing. Like I said earlier, they're going to update the 2008 Target Employment and Industrial Land Study. This study update will take a fresh look at the Pinellas County landscape and assess the supply of industrial and employment designated land needs and recalibrate solutions to mitigate ongoing pressures to redevelopment parcels with residential and retail uses. And this in turn returns a higher short-term profit to the landowners, but it's the least beneficial for the countywide economic over the long term. They will continue to implement recommendations of the Gateway Master Plan and the Safe Streets Pinellas Initiative into FY22. And they will partner with Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to create a design studio pilot program. The purpose of this countywide pilot program is to offer this service to local governments to help visualize and solve complex planning challenges, particularly regarding redevelopment, multimodal access, and housing affordability. They will continue to work with the Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority and the city of St. Petersburg and the city of South Pasadena on the second phase of a transit-oriented developmental plan for the Sunrunner Corridor. And through the MPO, Forward Pinellas will begin to focus on achieving the goals for the investment corridor adopted in the 2045 Advantage Pinellas Long Range Transportation Plan. And this completes my budget discussion for Forward Pinellas. Turn it over to Whit.
Thanks, John. Whit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Rodney and I are here just to offer a few additional remarks on John's comments. We really appreciate John's attention to detail and working with us on this. I just want to emphasize that it's been an interesting challenge to unify and merge two different organizations. And When I was hired in 2015, I said it would probably be about a 5-year plan to really figure out where this new agency essentially is going and how it's going to operate. And we've spent that time really building up our staff, really reorienting and refocusing our staff, and developing our partnerships, not only locally in the county, but regionally. And I think we've been very successful at doing that. We've increased our visibility. There was a time probably 5, 6, 7 years ago when the Pinellas Planning Council was not really a welcomed partner because of their regulatory, very heavy-handed focus on local governments. And I challenged Rodney to help us envision what PPC 2.0 looked like. And I think he's done a masterful job at building that trust and credibility with local governments around the county. So the PPC is now a very welcomed partner, and we do a lot of technical assistance, and the majority of Pinellas County local governments don't have planning services, planning staff, or capable folks who can work with maps and data and analysis, and so we provide that role. In addition to that, we have stressed pushing innovation and adaptability and really fulfilling the goals of this merged planning agency, which is to provide a focus on redevelopment countywide, provide a focus on multimodal transportation, and help our partners all understand best practices for how that can come about. And it's a very complex environment that we work in here in Pinellas County. And this, with the pandemic in 2020, we really had to test those resources and skills, adaptability. And I think we came through with flying colors. Our staff have all been working remotely, with one exception. We have one person in the office who's been there day in and day out. We've surveyed our staff 3 times, asking them about their needs and how they're handling things, and I think they've appreciated that. And I really do feel like we've put ourselves in a really strong position to continue to be what this county needs in terms of providing leadership and assistance on a wide range of transportation, economic, and land development decisions. We're poised to come back to the office pretty soon in mostly full force, although we are looking at our remote working policy. And I want to stress the 3 new initiatives that we'll be undertaking this year. We were working very closely with Pinellas County leadership, Barry and senior staff, on the development of this investment corridor strategy in 2019 and 2020 before the pandemic hit. And we're really focused on making sure that we've got a well-functioning public transportation system and that we have places where people can live in ways that are affordable. And those are a couple of our challenges we have in Pinellas County. So our investment corridor first plan that we're budgeting about $600,000 toward will really be the first step to look at the regulatory environment of how we can make sure housing is built that's affordable, and how we look at areas that are appropriate for redevelopment, such as some of our underutilized commercial properties and some of the underutilized surface parking lots that we have, to figure out how we can densify appropriately in the right areas. And that's going to take looking at our codes and our regulations and incentives. The other thing that I want to emphasize is our design studio that John mentioned. I've been working with Housing and Community Development to scope that, although we still have some work to do on exactly how it'll function. But the idea is to help communities visualize change and really see how things can be compatible and integrated into communities, because that's the big pushback that we hear whenever there's a housing project or a redevelopment project of any sort. And I think that visualization is something that we've been missing. We have those skills in parts around the county, whether it's in a city or in Pinellas County government, but all those people with those skills have a lot of other responsibilities. So this would really be kind of a focal point or a clearinghouse for that. And we called it a pilot program because we want to see how it works and see if it's successful and something we can build on. The third thing I'll mention is the Target Employment Industrial Land Study, which goes hand in hand, by the way, with that design studio and with the investment corridor program. And we've had some pretty high-profile cases recently involving industrial lands where there's a desire to convert it into something different than employment-based uses. And what we don't have is really the tool set to tell us what is a can't-touch industrial or employment piece of land that's really viable and we need to hold on to, And what are some others that may be less important but still useful, and maybe they can be repurposed in some way to maybe more of a mixed use where there's housing and there's employment and some office and things like that. And that's kind of the unicorn. We don't see much of that in Pinellas County. So this study will help give us a sense of what areas in the county would be best suited for that, and how we can come to the table with data and analysis that supports decision-making when we get those requests or when we have an initiative led by the public agency. So I just wanted to mention that and see if you have questions about anything that we've addressed.
Yeah, Commissioner Long had a question.
Thank you, Whit, for that broad overview. What I would really like to see you do, or us as a body, is identify clearly what the words industrial land use mean in the world today.
Yep.
Because what it used to mean when we first started talking about that quite a few years ago is a lot different than what it means today, with the way the world is changing, with the way there's such a focus on moving toward new and innovative technologies. And I'm very sensitive to the three issues that we must pay attention to if it is our desire to pull down any federal money. And they're very specific, and between myself and Doyle and the work we've been doing in the transportation field, as well as climate change, sustainability, and resiliency, those three goals that have been set out by the administration are weaving their way through every one of those agencies that touch the things that we care about here in Pinellas. So that definition of industrial and what it really means for us as policymakers, I think would be very meaningful and helpful. Thank you.
Completely agree.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, so please forgive me because I'm coming on the back end of some of this. One of the comments that was noted here was that a planning position could not be filled as a result of the loss of the county funding, which helped to draw down dollars from FDOT, I think it was. But I'm seeing where your personal services is projected to decrease due to retirements and future hiring of new employees. So you would not be able to still hire that position based on the funds that you currently have?
Good question. Let me clarify that. We are proceeding with the hire. We paused it essentially with when we were notified. We already knew the county was not going to provide the $52,000 for that match, and we're preparing to address that. But then it was a bit of a surprise for the Department of Transportation to say they were going to go from a hard cash match to a soft match, which means they were using things like toll revenue credits to provide this match of federal funding coming in. And that definitely affected our bottom line. So we were at the beginning of the pandemic at that point, and we didn't know what other shoes might drop. So we just took a pause on that, but we are moving forward with hiring that planner position. Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question, maybe comment, is I see where you're looking to do a corridor study in support of the Advantage Pinellas plan, and one of the potential corridors is 34th Street South. I'm just sharing at this point that all corridors within the city of St. Petersburg, particularly the business corridors, were a part of a charrette process where the city completely re-envisioned its land use component pieces and rezoning in order to try to bring some things into conformity, because it was like hodgepodge a little bit everywhere. And as a result of that, if you've traveled that way anytime recently, you see a lot of new construction for market rate facilities, some businesses, and then there is also some affordable that's going on on the old Ponderosa plot. So a lot of input was provided by the neighborhood associations and the business districts down there. So just sharing, you may want to, touch base with them as well, or really focus in on what they've already envisioned.
Right.
And there are some additional things I know that Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders and Lisa Willa Bowman have been working on with the maximum moorings area and the Dolphin Village area. So you may want to, that may save you a little time if that area is chosen. That may save you just a little bit of time in those areas. So those were my only two things, just updating you on that, and then the question about the position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Anything else for Whit? Whit, the reduction in the those $2 from the county and the FDOT, there's this one little black box that we don't ever seem to, I don't ever seem to understand that well, is these intergovernmental charges that the county distributes around. I know we've had the discussion before, but it's like it, I know Bill's getting ready to talk. I'd like to hear just a little bit about kind of that approach on the intergovernmental and how it seems like there's been an increasing effect on MPOs. So I just wondered, maybe you could comment a little bit on that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the intergovernmental charges you're referring to are also known as cost allocation plan charges. And those are charges for services that are provided by general fund departments to other agencies that have non-general fund sources. So as an example, for Pinellas, one of the charges would be for services provided by the Clerk Finance Division for processing invoices and things of that nature. Board records and recording services. That's another example that I believe is applicable with WIT's budget. And just like all of us, based on the way that the inflationary charges may change over time, those charges may change. The way that we calculate those is we actually have a consultant come in, look at the actual costs that were incurred in each given fiscal year, and then we look at a consumption basis. In other words, what is the best way to be able to determine how those services are being consumed by the various customers, and what's the most appropriate way to be able to charge those customers equitably for those specific services. So each individual service has its own metric that helps determine how those charges are going to be spread across all their customers. The consultant takes the total charges, the actual charges, uses that distribution method, and then we aggregate all of those together to become that big total number that you see as an intergovernmental charge for an agency like Forward Pinellas. So if Forward Pinellas was interested in not actually paying for those services, their opportunity to do that would be to acquire those services through another provider, so to speak. Now, some of those things there may not technically be another provider that's an opportunity. Some of them there may be. But in terms of how is that calculated, where does that come from, that's the basis of it, and that's the story behind it.
And the opportunity to review that. Oh, go ahead, Barry.
Well, these are, and the guidelines used to create that actuarial analysis are come from federal guidelines. So these have to be certified indirect cost plans. And so there's all kinds of requirements and rules in the way in which you look at those charges. It's also looking 2 years in the rear. So the charges that you're getting today were things that they calculated, 2 years ago that they were looking at. So it's always, there's always a lag in the way in which they do that calculation because they do it afterwards.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
The more we talk about this kind of thing, the more my brain spins out, and I'm very curious about who it is that we would, is it you, Bill? Is it Barry? Is it Whit? If we had what was an out-of-the-box idea for funding, who do we run that by before we, start talking about it all over the place and with everyone?
So I think on the topic of cost allocation charges, it sounds like what you're maybe having in mind is something that's different than that topic.
Well, different in terms of where the money comes from. And very sensitive to the fact that when it's involving the federal government, it's a whole other ball of wax in terms of all the different pots of money and how they can be used and how they're restricted and stuff like that. So that's what I'm asking, is who would be the go-to person so as not to waste time and energy?
Well, I think certainly today is a great opportunity if you have some ideas to be able to start that conversation. But whether it's outside this meeting, whether it's bringing it to Barry, whether it's bringing it directly to Witt, if it's something specifically applicable for Pinellas, whether it be the PPC side or the MPO side, or even bringing it to the budget office, we're going to collaborate together on any of those ideas, regardless of who you bring it to first.
Okay, so are you saying bring it up now?
I can't see a good reason not to.
Well, and specifically, I'm talking about the new waterborne transportation group that Witt has put together, which some of us, I think, serve on. And I'm curious about the outside opportunities that might be available to move. Unfortunately, we don't have pictures of what that looks like, but it'll knock your socks off when you see it in terms of not only as it relates to tourism and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, but economic development, and it touches all kinds of things that we've talked about this morning. And so, without having a sidebar discussion, I'm reluctant to talk about my ideas for funding, but I clearly can see where they all might come together from different sources.
If I could jump in for a second, I think we're mixing a couple of things. One is our ongoing agency operating costs, which are part of the cost allocation that I think that we were talking about a minute ago. The federal and state partnership with local government for funding transportation projects like the waterborne transportation is a little bit different deal, where typically you do need a local match. You do need a local funding source to bring in those revenues from whether it's state or federal. That's just the way they're set up. And so that's a different conversation. Those funds can come out of general revenue, but they are certainly, there's a lot competing for that. They can come out of penny for Pinellas in some cases when it's capital. But the operating is really where the challenge is. So, we're going to continue to have that discussion, and I'm all ears for any innovative approaches that this body wants to consider, because that's been our stumbling block in developing a more robust transportation network, is the operating cost.
So remind me to talk about that when we have our next debriefing. Thank you.
Commissioner Seal? Still can't hear you, Karen. Karen?
Can you?
Yep, there you go. There you go.
Okay. What is on the specific budget, there is other current charges and obligations miscellaneous that was $150,000 this year and is projected $370,000 next year. Could you explain that, please?
That is their contingency fund.
Or that's a contingency fund?
Correct. The way they calculate their contingency, they keep it in their operating side.
Or that's the 10%?
Yes.
Okay. Then my other question to Witt is the professional services. In the budget detail, it says $1 million and $600,000 will be for the investment corridor study. So what will the balance of the $400,000 be for?
We are, excuse me. There is a 5305 local match, which is our Federal Transit Administration funds that we will be replacing the county's previous local match. That's about $60,000. The Target Employment and Industrial Land Study, we're budgeting at about $250,000. The Design Studio pilot program that we're doing in partnership with Housing and Community Development, we're putting in about $75,000 for that. And then we have an internship program with the University of South Florida, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, that's 15. And then the Granicus Legistar conversion, we're estimating to be about 21,000, but then there'll be recurring operating costs year to year on that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gerard?
Yeah, I guess what we were hearing in the Forward Pinellas meeting was new charges or revised charges for information technology, and it looks like it comes to about $200,000 increase year over year, which is part of the operating problem. I'm wondering if this will also affect our constitutionals and whoever else is using BTS, or is it just Forward Pinellas?
Oh, no, it affects everybody. So it's allocated based upon usage, and again, then that goes back to all the different departments, operating departments, whoever uses that.
Right, but as we're looking at this, was there a different calculation? I mean, that's a huge change from one year to the next. I'm just wondering if everybody's going to be seeing that change, or was it just reallocated?
For the BTS charge in last year's budget, it was not on its own line item.
No, I see that. But
It was part of the 375. I believe it was right around for BTS charges was about 212,000, and it's going to be 219 for the upcoming year.
still a pretty big increase year over year, but.
And I think there are some disproportionate impacts only because we use some services differently. We have software licenses that not everybody has for our geographic information systems, mapping and analysis. That's our bread and butter. So
Right.
we're maybe heavier users of some services, so that is proportionate. I guess, you know, when we went down, when I was hired in 2015, we rolled back the millage rate then.
Right.
And those intergovernmental service charges were ballpark about $89,000 or $90,000. So it's been 5 years and they've increased pretty substantially. So that's part of what we talked about at the board meeting a few months ago.
Right.
Yeah, I just, again, I think what started me down this path was that, you know, with looking for a millage increase, I'm really, you know, that millage increases this year are giving me headaches to think about. So I was trying to look at how we've done things over the last 5 years. And from a planning perspective, for a planning group, it seems really odd that in 2018, this intergovernmental charge was $90,000. Then it went to $285, down to $264. And then in 2021, if you count the BTS group, it was, in 2021, yeah, it was $375. Now the estimate is somewhere around there, but because you split it out, I guess, between BTS and the other cost allocation. And this year, it's going from that 370 up to 450 almost. You know, again, I'm not quite sure how people plan from year to year with that kind of jumping around. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong. It's just I'm trying to understand it so that these folks can understand it. And so it you know, when you're talking about the millage increase, what was that amount? It was about $100,000 to try to make ends meet.
That's about right.
Yeah. So, you know, trying to find another $100,000, but I'm really trying to understand this.
There's an opportunity when you prepare that plan to meet with them and go through those types of details. Certainly, I don't know that. I don't know if you had an opportunity to do that with, to try to, you know, reconcile and challenge what's being proposed to be charged. He says he met with them, so I'm assuming that they agree.
Well, I understand, but at some point, you know, somebody else has to yell.
We feel pretty comfortable with those numbers. I think they're reasonably accurate. I don't know that I had that same feeling 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So with Rodney's help, we've worked very closely with OMB and to really hone in on those. And I think it's an accurate assessment. It might not have been accurate before, and we might have been getting away with less than we probably owed. You know, so I mean that's just the situation I walked into.
Yeah. Okay. Anything? Yes.
Well, just a follow-up. I don't think I got an answer to my question about what other departments or constitutionals this might be impacting the reallocation of costs. Because obviously there's been some of that.
So when it comes to BTS specifically, we'll be talking about their budget tomorrow. But what I can tell you is that when you look at the BTS budget, one of the things that happens each year throughout the budget process, and we haven't gotten through the full budget process yet, as a reminder, at this stage of the budget process, what you see reflected in allocation charges for BTS for FY22 is the full cost of what their request is to fully fund them for the coming year. What is not yet included is reconciling what happened during the last completed fiscal year, which would be in this case fiscal year 20. And typically BTS over the years has actually lapsed somewhere northwards of $1 million every year in their budget. When they lapse those kind of dollars, since we actually assess the charges based on making sure that they can fully meet their appropriation needs because they're an internal service fund. If we don't give them all of their appropriation through cost allocation in each given year, if they spend all their money, they will run short of cash during the year. That's not a thing that we want to see happen. So what we'll do is we'll actually reconcile the prior year, and if they lapsed $1 million in FY20 as an example, we'll actually deduct that from everybody's charges going into 22. That reconciliation has not yet happened. So there is likely to be a reduction in everybody's cost allocation charges for FY22 before we finish the budget process for FY22. That being said, in terms of who's being impacted proportionally each year differently than they were in the year before, that's all based on what may have changed in each given year. You heard yesterday some of the departments talk about the CityWorks project and where they're at in the CityWorks project and charges going up because of where they're at. And if they're very heavy in the implementation right now, they're going to see higher charges. Once the implementation's done, they're going to see lower charges. Those kind of cyclical changes will happen over time based on if there are projects going on to implement new technology and or other changes based on the way they're consuming that technology. So I can't give you a broad brush of who's going to be impacted how in any given year because it's going to change from year to year. But I can tell you with certainty that we do go through very carefully to make sure that the charges are appropriate, that they are based on what's actually happening, and that every customer has an opportunity, and most of them do take advantage of this opportunity, to sit down with us and sit down with, in this case, BTS, and talk about how did those charges come about and what are those charges based on, and make sure that everybody's comfortable and understands and acknowledges that that is the basis, that is the reason for it, and if an adjustment needs to be made because an error is identified, then we go ahead and do that with them.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? And then the only other question, I know you addressed it a little bit ago, but I just wanted to make sure I understood it. In 2021, we put $150,000. That's other current charges and obligations. I think that was, you said that was an internal reserve. Did I?
That is correct. It's their, what they consider their contingency line item.
Okay. And so that's where that was the incoming, and we're adding 370,000.
They're bringing it up to 370,000. That's what it was in the prior year, was 370, and it went down to 150, and now it's back up to 370, I believe.
Okay. That's what they're asking for, to add to their.
Right. It'll be, instead of 150,000, it'll be 370,000. So it's an increase of the.
So again, if we had to do, if we, again, I know that's a pretty big jump. So I mean, if we had to do something along those lines, I just don't know what the rationale from going from 150 to 370. I was just trying to put my hands around that. So as it relates to a millage rate increase, and again, I think what really needs to be said is 5-6 years ago, the group reduced their millage rate when they felt that it wasn't appropriate to take those additional funds based on a whole lot of things, but still they didn't feel it was. And now they think a little bit differently, and we're just trying to explore options here. So
we had a large unassigned fund balance back then, and the direction from the board and what we want to do as staff is spend that down.
Bring that down. Yeah.
We've spent that down.
Yeah.
I think some of the numbers we're using today are year-end closeouts, and as John mentioned, the pandemic slowed us down in some of our planning projects, but those are still encumbered funds.
Yeah.
So the situation hasn't really changed. The numbers look better than they really are, just because those are encumbered funds and we will spend that money. And so
Those reserve dollars?
yeah, those reserve dollars. But the contingency is actually achieving a board policy of 10% contingency of operating expenses.
So that, you're at 10%?
That would be about 10%.
Okay. Okay, anything else for Whit? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all
Appreciate
very
your
much.
time.
Next up, we have Housing Community Development. So John can go ahead and get started while they're coming up and getting situated so we can move right along. We're behind time, John.
Again, I'm John Ondervik with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined today with Belinda Edmondson from the Office of Management and Budget and Carol Strickland, the Director of Housing and Community Development. The Housing and Community Development Department works to make communities vibrant and viable for residents and businesses and plans for future community growth. This is achieved through the implementation of the long-term county policies and strategic initiatives in land use, community redevelopment, transportation, and affordable housing programs. The department plans and manages unincorporated land use and zoning, maintains and implements the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan, and seeks to guide the community to address complex challenges posed by redevelopment in a mature urban county. It was affected by COVID. The Housing Community Development Team is implementing the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The county received $21 million to aid in providing emergency rental assistance, and CDBG/CV monies are used to support additional services for the applicants. The $21 million is budgeted in the general government. The department will track and the cumulative dollars provided to the community against this amount. And overall, the department's initiatives have been impacted as staff has been called upon to assist in the Emergency Operations Center during the COVID-19 impact. HCD has three primary program areas. The first one is the Comprehensive and Strategic Planning, Future Land Use, and Zoning Program. These are general fund dollars. This program coordinates the county's comprehensive planning, rezoning, and future land use responsibilities. The program also conducts and supports community planning and urban redevelopment initiatives and provides support for the Pinellas County Local Planning Agency, the Board of Adjustments, and the Historic Preservation Board. Revenues for this program decreased $195,350, or about 68.7%. And this is due to the Florida Department Environmental Protection Comprehensive Plan Evaluation Post-Disaster Grant that ended in 2021. And that was about $61,000. There's also the elimination of the Health and All Policies contract and the related Department of Health grant, which is planned to end in September 30th of 2021, and that one is approximately $122,000. Expenditures decreased by $62,160, or about 2%. And this is mainly due to the decrease in the removal of the grant-funded position associated with the Health and All Policies contract and personal services. There were some increases in operating expenses, mainly due in professional services. There are 20.5 FTE for the program. And because this is general fund, the net impact to the general fund when you take the revenues against the expenditures will be approximately $3.1 million. This particular program does have a decision package. It is for the Downtown Palm Harbor Master Streetscape and Parking Plan. The plan is to prepare a plan as a basis for future CIP requests for streetscape and parking improvements to support the Downtown Palm Harbor revitalization. The master plan will ensure that future improvements to the streets within Palm Harbor are done in a manner that is creative, consistent, and cost-effective. The request is a non-recurring $100,000 that will be in professional services. Some performance analysis for this program at department initiatives. The department will procure affordable housing consultant for an estimated $100,000. This is related to the county's housing strategy initiative, which is in progress and was presented to the board in March of 2021. The US 19 Investment Corridor Planning Code Development. This initiative represents a cost of about $75,000. It is a proactive response to pending roadway changes on Highway 19. to a mostly elevated, restricted access highway design. The completion of Phase 1 of the related multimodal corridor plan has been extended to be completed by the end of September, and subsequent phases of this initiative are being developed now. As we had talked about with Fort Pinellas, the Urban Design Studio is $25,000 for housing community development. This is a pilot program in partnership with Fort Pinellas, where the housing projects will run through this program to assist with design so that they comply with the comprehensive and state building codes. In addition, the program also provides funding for efforts related to the comprehensive plan, the Gateway Master Plan, and manufactured housing strategy. The comprehensive plan defines the community's vision and establishes an associated goals, objects, and policies that direct the decision-making process to help achieve that vision. A final draft of the comprehensive plan has been completed, and the public engagement is estimated to occur this summer, with the formal approval process completed by the spring of '22. The Gateway Master Plan, which is led by Fort Pinellas, is in partnership with municipalities adjacent to the Gateway to develop a united multi-jurisdictional approach to transportation. The Gateway runs through St. Petersburg, through Pinellas Park, and ends in Largo. The goal of the master plan is to create a vision and an action-oriented redevelopment strategy to guide the area's growth, specifically taking into consideration how transportation and land use can be combined to support residents, quality of life, retain jobs, and attract future investments. A memorandum of understanding was adopted by the board in October of 2020, and the department has begun initiating projects in alignment with this plan. The manufactured housing strategy identifies guiding principles and prioritizes a list of actions to further the comprehensive plan and affordable housing strategy in relation to mobile homes. This initiative was rescoped after the board's work session in September of 2020 and is moving forward. An update will be provided to the board in the September 21 workshop with a target completion date at the end of the calendar year 2021. The second program under Housing and Community Development is the Community Vitality and Improvement Program. This program sustains a long-term social, economic, and environmental health of communities in Pinellas County by strengthening and supporting the preservation and development of quality housing. The program consists of 3 funds. It's the Community Development Grants, the State Housing Initiatives Partnership, which is known as the SHIP Fund, and also the Community Housing Trust Fund.
Hey, John? Could you hold on one second? I know
Sure.
you jumped to the next topic. Commissioner Flowers, did you have a question on the?
Yes, for the manufactured housing strategy, can you just real quick, is that looking towards manufactured homes using container homes, or what is that?
I'd be happy to answer that.
Thank you.
It's really part of our overall affordable housing strategy, recognizing the role that our manufactured housing communities play in providing affordable housing in Pinellas County. So we're doing a global analysis of the condition of those parks. Are there issues? How do we preserve and maintain them as affordable housing? And are there opportunities in certain areas for redevelopment along some of our major investment corridors? So it's really looking at the role that manufactured homes play in providing affordable housing opportunities for our residents. The question about the container homes is something that we would be looking at as part of our other affordable housing work through the Housing Compact and our Land Development Code updates. So it's certainly on the table.
Well, it certainly cuts down on cost and time for construction, so especially during the hurricane season, you know, you can put up prefab walls that are kind of brought in and lay the foundation and move forward. So I'm real interested in that part. I'd love to chat with you a little bit more later. Thank you.
Did you have anything, Barry? Okay. I had one question before we leave that. Carol, maybe you can speak to it. You talked about $100,000 for downtown Palm Harbor. What is that specifically for, again?
With the adoption of the form-based code for Palm Harbor, we are very interested in the design of what we call the public realm. So the alleys, the streets, the streetscaping. and looking at how those public realm improvements support the private investment that we're looking for as part of the form-based code. As I'm sure you're aware, the streetscaping that is there has been there for 20 years or so. And there's not a standard that we can use going forward as individual private investments occur. Just another aspect of that I wanted to mention to you is certainly the funding for those improvements would be part of that analysis of how do we make those investments to spur that private investment that we're looking for in Palm Harbor.
Okay, so this was a study for that, and then along with that study, I'm certainly hoping we'll have a kind of a statement made on how to keep it all up going
Yes, sir.
forward, because one of the issues we have there is that we've got landscaping in place and nobody to take care of it. I mean, again, some of the ideas when it was originally started were that the businesses that were there would take care of what's out in front of their shops, and those owners come and go, and time come, so we need to have a more sustainable condition, I guess, in downtown. I'm not equating it to, I think the discussion in downtown Dunedin 40 years ago was the tumbleweeds were rolling through downtown, and now it's a different situation. But certainly downtown Palm Harbor and those kind of improvements are long, long overdue. And it just looks like it needs to be spruced, if you will. So I'm really glad we're looking at that. I just want to make sure that we identify the amount of dollars realistically and quickly, and then how we sustain it, because that's one of the issues I know that Tom and I have talked a lot about. There's still a work in progress of how some of these improvements are going to be funded, whether they're capital or ongoing maintenance, but it all plays in, and there's no point in having a study that doesn't address that piece. So.
And Commissioner, if I may, the study is going to look at the parking needs and how we can collectively find a solution to that as we move forward. Because we know that parking is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it is already it's starting to be, and we're not even there on developments yet. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Anybody else before we jump back to John? Go ahead.
Okay. As I mentioned, one of the funds within the Community Vitality and Improvement Program is the Community Development Grant Fund. Within this fund, there's also the Emergency Events Program, which consists of monies received from the CARES Act. For FY22, we have $7 million budgeted in the CARES Act, and Housing and Community Development does handle those funds as well, but it's not part of this particular program. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that there is additional funds out there for COVID that they are working with. The program's budget has a total appropriations of $24.4 million across the three funds, and that's the Community Development Fund, the SHIP Fund, and also the Housing Trust Fund. These handle the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnership, which is known as HOME, Emergency Solutions Grant, which is ESG, and then you have the Neighborhood Stabilization Programs 1, 2, and 3, in addition to SHIP and the Housing Trust Fund. All available grants or funds are budgeted. As such, there's no budgeted reserves. Additional funding for HOME and SHIP may be awarded later in this year and is currently not included in this request. So those changes may come forward as we find out if more money comes in for HOME and SHIP. For this program, there are 14.5 FTEs, and the performance, this program supports the Penny 4 affordable housing. 24 applications have been received during the first 2 rounds of the Penny 4 Affordable Housing Initiative, and 4 of the projects received conditional approval. 10 applications were received in round 3. These 10 applications include several projects that have reapplied and are currently under review. Metrics have recently been developed to capture data relative to the program to track their progress. The third program that HCD oversees is the Lealman CRA Trust. This program undertakes activities, projects for the elimination and prevention of identified deterioration and economically distressed conditions in the designated area. The total budget for the Lealman CRA Trust is approximately $2.7 million and includes estimated revenues of $1.7 million that come from county TIF and MSTU TIF and interest, and an estimated carryover of $978,150 from the FY21 adopted budget. The grants and aids budget in the fund is reflective of the Lealman Community Redevelopment Area Plan. There's a decrease of $870,920, or approximately 29.5%. And this is due to various projects that did not materialize, projects that were included into other existing projects, or they were moved to the countywide budget along with new projects identified. And there are 2.5 FTEs for this program. The Planning Division expects to restart the Lealman Form-Based Code initiative once the Downtown Palm Harbor Form-Based Code is completed. After some recent community discussions, it was decided to advance the Downtown Palm Harbor initiative to ensure additional time to work with the Lealman community moving forward, and possibly with a reduced geographic footprint. Sorry. And at this point, I am done with the budget discussion, and I'd like to turn it over to Carol for any further comments, or if there's questions.
But before, any questions on the Community Vitality Improvement Program? Everybody's clear on that? I'm not sure I am, so Carol, I'm going to get with you later, okay, on that. And then on the Lealman Trust, any questions on that? So what I'm seeing here on the taxes, that's the TIF that we're getting, right there. That, like, for, let's just look at 22. That's 1.6 million in TIF dollars.
Second, it is
that you're anticipating.
For TIF dollars, it'll be.
I said TIF.
Yeah,
TIF. Yeah. Okay.
TIF, 1.6 million.
Okay.
Yes.
And then.
And of course, that'll be updated once the property values come out on June 1st, and then again July 1st.
Understand. And so usually we have a CRA for projects, capital outlays, only 300,000. The grant and aids of $2 million this year, which is obviously where the money's going. And again, could you maybe talk just briefly to what that involves, or where that's going?
We'll bring Chris Moore up to answer the question.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Because I got the spreadsheets right here.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
The 300,000 I think you might have been referring to is set aside for land acquisition. The grants and aids would include capital project expenditures as well, some programmatic and capital.
Okay. Can you, just some details on that?
Yeah, a few that would be included there would be the gateway and wayfinding study that we looked at, or the design process for those sites. There are a couple housing services grant programs that we're considering a request for proposals on that would address some of our heavily lean properties, both supporting them through rehabilitation funds as well as new construction. There are a few other projects, PSTA bus shelters, for example. We've had some good conversations with PSTA, working on a revised agreement with them to install at least one shelter, if not two. A number of other sort of place-making projects we've set aside funding for to support sidewalk connections based on linking Lealman, and also looking at a new program in this upcoming fiscal year to support alley cleanups.
And in 2021, you had almost $3 million, and then in the budget was was about $3 million. I guess it's coming in a little bit lower. And then this year, you're going to try to get at $2 million. Same kind of work being done, and are you getting these projects where you want them to be?
We are. We're definitely making good progress. The budget has increased. The TIF has increased each year. I think if there's a decrease you're seeing, it's reflective of a carryover amount. I think we're positioned now to launch a number of big projects that'll start using up that carryover fund and move into a situation where those funds will go pretty quick with a few big projects.
And Chris, speak to your facade improvements, your residential facade improvements.
Correct. That's something we've invested in most heavily so far to date. We've implemented both a residential and commercial facade or site improvement program. So that's something we've expanded this year. On the residential side, a good bit. Very fortunate to be able to serve our residents in the community. A lot of improvements related to the facade of the program. The commercial side has, still some more work to increase that project in terms of the applications, and we are constantly evolving both of those programs. But we've been able to support the Joes Creek Industrial District. I think some good improvements over the last couple of years in the industrial district there with those two programs.
How many houses would you say you've touched?
This year, right now, we received, I want to say, up to 25 applications. It's a $10,000 grant, and that's the most we've served in any year. And I don't think we'll continue to serve that number at the facade improvement program. What we're talking about right now is merging that with a rehabilitation grant program. So this current program, again, addresses those facade improvements, but looking at ways we can tie into our existing community development programs to align ourselves for the CRA to supplement the CDBG or home funds with rehab improvements as well. So more substantive improvements, new roof, et cetera, to support affordable housing.
And then one final question, the operation of your CRAAC, how's that going? Number one, you meeting monthly, you're getting quorums and you're getting energy and, just would like just a kind of.
We are. We've come a long way. We meet bi-monthly right now. A great group. We've got Gary Grooms is the chairman. Jeremy Heath is the vice chairman, showing great leadership with that committee. A lot of engagement, and really look forward to that increased discussion. I think it only helps us operationally to have that continued and direct engagement.
Yeah, I would say that the success of the CRA is dependent on that, and staffing obviously working together, but please keep that group energized. I know that you're working on that very same kind of less formal advisory group in downtown Palm Harbor, and it's getting its own set of energy, and I think it's really an important component. Okay, any other questions for Chris? Thank you, Chris, for that.
Thank you, sir.
For some of that time. Anything else, Tom, from you or Carol?
No, Commissioner.
Karen, did you have a question? Commissioner Seal, sorry.
I did. Thank you. Two things. One is I guess I was surprised to see that we are restarting the Lealman form-based code. I was really excited when we finally passed that. Chris or somebody, can you explain why we have to restart it and what the problems are? We purposely passed it for Lealman so that we could jumpstart that in the neighborhood.
Commissioner, if I can just take a minute to, you're correct. This is a project that began quite some time ago. What we found is as we began working with the CRA Advisory Board and the community is that we found a lot of gap of the expectation of the community and what the plan was going to provide. And those gaps were significant enough that when we regroup as a staff, we agree that going back to the community to reestablish that expectation is key. At the end of the day, we can move forward and approve the form-based code in Lealman, but if the community and those key partners have significant concern because it's not the expectation that they had, then we have not accomplished anything for the community. So this is why we are going back to the community. We're not going to start the process 100% from the beginning, but we want to go back to the community and ask, what is your expectation, and is the current version of the plan meeting those expectations, which we know that that's not the case in some of those areas.
So the form-based code is not being used at all?
No, there's a need to have a form-based code in Lealman. The difference is the final version of that plan is going to look different than what we currently have. So what we did is, under the guidance of Barry, is we delay that process until we completed the Porn Harbor form-based code, which is going through the process. And now we are going to begin engaging with the community to finalize the one in Lealman.
The form-based code in Lealman, that was kind of the first time out of the box, and we didn't bring people along with us. There was a lot of concern from the development community about how it would impact their projects, where projects were, and especially with how development would occur. We weren't as far along in looking at regional stormwater, for instance, and that's something that needs to be tied in to make the code, the form-based code work. What would you do in the gap period between when you developed a regional system? And so there was a lot of concern that I don't think we fully took into account when we were preparing that initial plan. That's the reason they're kind of going back out, re-engaging the community before they bring that forward.
My next question is the decision package on the downtown Palm Harbor Master Streetscape and Parking Plan. I thought we had done a plan previously for that, and that we had encouraged that it was a private public partnership. So I don't understand what we're doing differently this time.
Commissioner,
I would think it ought to be addressed in the form-based code as well.
Commissioner, you're correct. There was a downtown Palm Harbor master plan that was adopted. We are on the point of adopting the form-based code. Really, this is the implementation of the master plan and the form-based code to get very specific about what will happen with parking, what will happen with streetscape design, what will happen with some of that landscaping, and how we'll pay to build and maintain those assets. So this is getting into more of the kind of the cross sections and exactly how the public realm improvements will be put in place and maintained.
Well, I think Commissioner Seal, to your point, there was some inventory work done on parking in downtown, because we were trying to paint the picture to folks that there is so much parking, more than they perceive there to be, you know. So I think there was, I don't want to call it a parking plan, it was just really kind of an inventory of what parking we had there. And that was done, gosh, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't know how, you know, who did that. I think staff did that plan, frankly. It wasn't,
yes, sir,
it wasn't outsourced.
Planning staff.
Yeah. I think this is more kind of a plan put together based on development that we see happening and what that impact is going to be to the community. Because we've already started to see certain projects, certain events happen, and it bleeds into the community, creating issues and problems. There may be parking still available, but we've got to take a look at it as it relates to increasing development in downtown, where we see that happening, how it's going to happen, and where we're going to frankly find the parking. So I think it's a different study than the one that was recently done. So where we are now, and then kind of where the gap's going to be going forward, I think that's kind of what they're looking at now. But the whole streetscape, the whole alleyways, all of that is new. I mean, I haven't seen that. At least for me, it's new. I haven't seen it. So,
do we have any CIP funding and penny for Pinellas for that as a placeholder?
Well, we certainly can look. First, this is a proposal by the department. It doesn't necessarily come back to you as a recommendation when we get to the final budget. So that is, it's being proposed, so that's something we're discussing now. In terms of funding sources, we could certainly look at CIP or reserves. I mean, the reality is it would be a one-time issue. So there's a variety of ways, if we decide to move that forward, that we could propose to fund it. Penny for Pinellas is taxed as it is, so you know, either.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because it looks like I mean, as I recall, when we looked at this before, we decided that it should be more of a private endeavor with Main Street and with FIXA. So I feel like this is a departure from the direction that we gave before.
Yeah, well, Main Street obviously is something that it once was. It's not obviously an organization. It's there, and FIXA is the only connection FIXA really has to this area is the chapel and the management of that chapel and the parking lot of the chapel. So to the extent that FICSA has any involvement, it really is surrounds that, not really the rest of what we're talking about.
And again, we still haven't made a determination whether or not that's going to be in our final budget recommendation, or whether that should be something we do internally. It very clearly is tied, though, to an investment we're making and really trying to set up Palm Harbor for a downtown, improvement. It is our unincorporated city in its true sense of a downtown. And so we're putting a lot of effort into the form-based code, into doing regional detention, and giving it opportunities for that private investment to occur. If that private investment occurs, then some of these other issues that an urban center would need, we need to be prepared for and plan for. So whether we do that through a consultant study or whether we do it internally, that was the concept that they're looking for. And so I think we agree in concept. We just have to figure out whether we do it internally or through a consultant.
Just out of curiosity, does Geographic Solutions still occupy most of the buildings?
Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say, most is a relative term, but they do occupy quite a few. And they, obviously they do a great job fixing them up. But I think some little downtowns would love to have that office presence, more office presence. I think downtown Palm Harbor would like to have more retail presence than they have. So, it's a work in progress, but the owner of that business is very committed to having a presence in downtown as well as one out on 19. Because we certainly have had those discussions, and right now he's pretty committed to having both. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else before we let these folks go and bring up building and development review services? Nope. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, John. Thank you.
Wholesale changes in staff on this one, so need a second.
He's gone. We were better with him on the last couple, but
yeah, he got to speak.
Yeah.
We didn't talk over him.
No.
Okay, commissioners, next up, building development review services, and Jason Miller with Office of Management and Budget will lead this discussion.
Well, thank you, Barry. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Miller with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm the budget analyst for Building and Development Review Services, and I'm joined by Belinda Admonson, who's our Strategic Performance Management Analyst. And we also have Blake Lyon, the department's director, and Michael Hauser, who is a plans examiner and has also been working on some special projects for the department, as well as the user fee schedule for building services.
Jason, did you say Belinda? Okay, I didn't get your name the first time. I want to make sure I got your name this time. Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay. So just briefly to orient everyone to the department's comprised of 3 divisions: Development Review Services, which evaluates land development proposals and uses; our Code Enforcement Division, who provides services to ensure safe and secure community; and our Building Services Division, who evaluates development projects, construction plans, and issues permits and performs the related inspections on those permitted items. So I will hand it over to Belinda briefly to summarize some of the department's larger initiatives and performance data.
Thank you and good afternoon. There are a number of items that the department is working through this and next fiscal year, starting in the middle of your page 4. For development review services, they have been engaged in an initiative to review their development review process and bring about greater efficiencies in our service delivery. The current phase of this project is to pilot a project management model whereby project managers are responsible for defined projects from beginning to end. DRS has been in the process of hiring and onboarding the project management team members, and multiple phases of metrics have been developed during this process to assist in tracking the performance throughout the initiative from beginning to end. We're trying to understand where the gaps are and where the improvements are being made to the system. This pilot program is going to have an initial impact on the department initially, especially for DRS staff capacity as they develop these new project management processes. And this is probably also going to impact customer perception negatively a little bit initially while staff works out these processes. Over time, though, this pilot program is expected to increase the efficiencies and improve the customer's experience once the process becomes more streamlined. Under code enforcement, the contractor licensing investigation team has been wrapped up under the code enforcement's management. This shift occurred in the beginning of February this year, and merging the oversight of these two teams allows for more synergies and efficiencies as they perform similar functions. For building services, this is the first time the land development code has been updated in about 30 years. This update is designed to be more flexible and support modern redevelopment. And this has gone before the board just a few weeks ago, and it's part of the initiative to improve the development review process and make the code easier for the public to understand and work with. And I'll turn this discussion over now to Jason to summarize the department's revenues and expenditures.
Thank you, Belinda. As we move into the budget analysis, I'll reorient you to page 3 of our document. And we will begin with department revenues. We'll go by division. And just briefly, I'll point out that the budgeted revenue numbers are at a 95% level as allowed by state statute. As we go through those divisions, I'll also point out any changes to the user fee schedule for those divisions. We will begin with the Development Review Services Division, which is a general funded part of the department. That division's revenues are decreasing by just over $160,000 as a result of the reduction in budgeted zoning fee revenues. For fiscal year 22, we're going to budget those more in line with historical actuals that we've seen over the past few years. Development Review Services does have one user fee change proposed, which is to update the credit card convenience fee to be in line with what the agreement is with that payment processing vendor. Moving on to code enforcement, which is another general funded division within the department. Those revenues are increasing by $216,000 as part of an increase from revenue for the special magistrate process due to the new ordinance that had been adopted in February, which incentivized reinvestment and lien closures happening at a faster pace and potentially a higher volume. That division also has 4 new user fees proposed. 3 of those fees will be at-cost fees, which will be essentially a pass-through to the property owner for costs that the county incurs. And then the 4th one will be the addition of the credit card convenience fee that was inadvertently left off the user fee schedule last year. For the Building Services Division, this is a special revenue fund. This division's revenues are increasing by approximately $828,000. That increase is driven primarily by increased permitting activity along with an overhaul of the division's user fee schedule. There were quite a few changes this year with regards to their fee schedule in efforts to simplify it based on the Inspector General's audit of the department in fiscal year 20. Many of the new fees are existing fees that were being clarified and in some instances combined with other fees to form a composite fee. And the changes to the fee schedule are estimated to be approximately 8.9% increase to revenue for the department. And after we wrap up the budget discussion, Blake has prepared a brief presentation, and we'll go over that.
Excuse me just 1 minute, please. Commissioner Long had a question.
I'm so sorry. Oh. Really, I'm so sorry to ask this question, but I don't recall that I had heard that comment made before. And could you just tell me briefly what composite fee means?
I think I know enough to be dangerous, but I'll give it a shot. So, and if not, maybe Michael or Blake could help me out. But combining a couple of different items that were separate on the fee schedule previously to one spot now to where it's easier for the public and users to understand.
So as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, like what would be a good example of that, Blake, or whoever?
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll take it. The best example is our mobile home fee. Our mobile home fee had 5 fees to set up a mobile home. So we had a plan review fee separate, building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical, all separate fees. And so the contractor or the mobile home setup person would have to come in and actually find every one of those fees in the thing to decide what they would pay for a mobile home setup. Right now, so the new composite, we put all those fees together in one fee so that when they walk in, mobile home setup cost a single line item. Better one also is we took a lot of the plan review fees that were charged outside of the fees as separate line items and put them into that. So we were always charging the plan review fee, but they had to find it someplace else. And they were all kind of over the place and a little less, little more judgment had to be used. And now with these being composite, it's a single line fee. No judgment. The contractor or the owner, homeowner in this case, would know exactly what they're getting for every fee.
Well, that just really makes a lot of sense. Who knew that budget people could be so creative? Thank you.
Well,
I don't know that we can take all the credit, but thank you.
Well, it is interesting, but thank you for explaining that because I don't think I'd heard it before.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move into the department's expenditures, and that'll be on page 4 of your document. Again, we'll begin with development review services, which, again, general fund. That division's expenditures are increasing by approximately $382,000, and that is largely due to the addition of 3 project manager positions that were added mid-year within the current fiscal year. So those will be, again, largely an increase to their personnel services category within their budget. Within code enforcement, another general funded division, those expenditures are decreasing just over $67,000. That's due to a decrease again in their personnel services. As Belinda mentioned earlier, code enforcement will be taking over the management responsibilities of the contractor licensing department. So as they perform those duties, they will charge that time over to contractor licensing, so it ends up being a reduction to the code enforcement division's personnel lines. Code enforcement's also increasing the funding from the Community Development Block Grant for the Lealman Code Enforcement Officer to fully fund that position within that area.
So,
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
I'm just, this is back, I'm still under the division expenditures. And on the third one, is there a way to give us a little more insight into what this consultant is looking for in the review process? And
Sure.
like, what does that mean?
So you talk about a department that's undergone a lot. If you recall, 2.5 years ago, they began implementation of Acela, which completely changed, automated, and really enhanced their business operations. Now, at the end of that, you'll be able to see where your permit is online, all kinds of functional, the applicant, and all kinds of different
That's
improvements.
huge.
I don't know if they're there yet, but that's where they're going.
So that
He can speak to that.
Tell me if I'm thinking through that clearly. If someone who's applying, you know how we get all those complaints about how frustrated people are because
Yes.
they've been waiting forever and they have no idea where their thing is?
I'm familiar, yes.
Now are you, I know you are, but so now I am too. Thank you very much. But now now am I hearing you correctly, that now they will be able to go right online and see exactly where they are?
Absolutely. So one of the pivotal pieces to the Acela program, we had a Permits Plus program that was a legacy program. It was fairly outdated in terms of the technology. This opportunity and transitioning into Acela puts all that information online and accessible to those that want to self-serve. So our delivery service model is really to make it as transparent as possible. If a contractor, if a property owner, if somebody wants to go on and create an account, they can log on and see the status of them. One of the pieces that we've noticed is there's a lot of disconnect in communication, even between the property owner and those that they hire to pull the permits and do that. And so by allowing them to check the status and see the comments in real time and do that, it can really help improve their access to information and help resolve some of those issues.
And the reason that's important is that this is not just putting in a computer programming and flipping the switch. It's really changing the way everybody works. So if you call in and you ask a question and I give you a response, it's in our notes. And then the other department that has a piece of this overall approval process sees the interactions.
Even in our CAT system?
Not in the CAT system. This is within the permit system. But
although we do have a custom field set up in Acela that is able to cross-reference CAT's numbers and/or see-click fix items. So we built that into the program as well.
Wow.
So again, the idea is trying to have a central place where they can get access to information and do that, quite frankly, in a 24/7 mode, where they don't have to rely on us being open for business during that 8 to 5 window. They can do it at any point and any time during the day and get access to that information.
That is really good.
So, again, they began this process approximately 3 years ago, maybe a little bit before that, on implementing Acela. One of the things I heard clearly from all of you is the need to look at our permitting process. And so I implemented that, and that's where this consultant comes in, okay, where we hired someone that is an expert in working with local governments on their permitting processes. These are not easy, and bringing 5 different areas together and improving that workflow, and even how do you make choices regarding types of codes that you have really requires specific expertise. So we brought him on board to assist us in doing that. So we asked them to implement Acela. We asked them to look at all their processes and change kind of the way they're doing business. You saw in the previous one, the 3 project managers. That's a culmination of a couple of years of work now to where you'll have one person that'll, for certain types of permits, that'll be able to look cross-departmentally at a permit or at an applicant and what they're trying to do and help them get through that process, regardless of the department where the particular piece is in. And then throw on that the fact that we go into the pandemic and they've had the busiest year ever with more permits and work than they've ever been. So
I earned every one of these.
we've asked a lot from our staff for these past 2 years, but we're going to be better coming out of it. And right now we're coming down into some really, really tough pieces, okay? This has to do with code changes. It has to do with delegation of authority. How much do we delegate down to what levels within the organization? And it really has to getting to where we have staff that has the authority and experience to be able to provide options thinking. In other words, it doesn't fit cleanly and they got to figure out what to do. And so those are really, really are going to be the hallmarks of having a really great permitting system. But they're coming together. But it's taken a long time to get here. But we have some really tough issues we're going to discuss with you, and we're going to have to make some decisions. Stormwater, I said it 2.5 years ago. When we get to the end of this, stormwater is going to be one of the toughest issues we have. And it doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but they impact development. And guess what? All the easy sites have already been developed. The sites that are left are tough, and they're going to have issues. And so those will challenge us in the way we look at redevelopment and finishing out some of these development sites.
Did you have a question?
question about. That would surely be one of them, and especially as we're getting ready to enter into the hurricane season.
I can ask Kelly about that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During our BTS committee, I know we talked about moving or transitioning a lot of things over to the Okta system for ease of access and authentication and things of that nature. So the CATS piece would be under that. So all of that would still be accessible for the public to be able to enter into and get whatever updates, whether it's on the weekend, after hours, or what have you.
Yes, but let me clarify a little bit. So the Okta system is the single sign-on portal for
Right, for us.
for people within the county. So that's for county
For us.
staff. And so the CAT system is exclusive to that. The Acela system is also in Okta, so we also have that single or that dual factor authentication for staff. But what the Acela project also does is allows anybody with internet access to log on remotely and access the Acela piece of it. So there's a citizen access piece of it. They don't have quite the depth that staff would have, but they can see review comments, they can see status of the permits, they can see fees, they can now pay fees online and be able to do that. So there is quite a bit more robust service that they can self-serve and do in their own convenience.
And so you probably are already thinking about this or have done it or will implement it, but just making sure that that system is updated frequently so that, persons aren't looking for information and maybe the task has been completed on our end, but it just hasn't been put into the system. So having said that, do you have enough staff currently that will be doing that? Or are you looking to request to hire specific staff solely dedicated to that? Because we've had a very busy, especially for commercial, renovations and new construction this year. And if things continue on like what we're seeing, it's going to get even busier.
Right.
So to have or to think one staff person currently employed would be able to keep that up to date, I think would be
Yes, ma'am. So
far-reaching.
one of the decisions that we made in that 2.5-year process that the county administrator was referring to was switching from an on-site hosted system that would have been done through BTS to a cloud-based system. So one of the distinct advantages in doing that is it updates in real time. So we can have inspectors out in the field using their new mobile devices, or we're working on doing a virtual inspection process where as those results come in, they're fed into the system by those staff members, and that information is populated in real time. And so you can see that communication happening at a much, much quicker rate than in the prior implementation. The inspectors would be out in the field, either if they had a remote opportunity to log in, but connectivity was a concern, then they'd have to come back and do the results at the end of the day. And so it wouldn't update until later in the day or the following morning. So this gives us a much more robust ability to do that in a more real-time context.
That's fabulous. And then the last thing I had, and again, this may have been completed, I know I spoke to Barry about this early on, having inspectors that are dually certified in areas so that it cuts down on cost and our time going out to inspect and keep those projects moving rather than electrical, then 2 weeks later, plumbing, 2 weeks later, whatever.
So there's really two sides to a response in that regard. We did a pilot program early last year. It got a little bit truncated because of the pandemic, but we are working that way towards getting multi-licensed inspectors. What we have found through some of the initial part of that pilot program is that, and the term I'll use is, I don't want to pay for a trophy case. I want to know that the inspectors that are multiple licenses, that we're using all of those licenses. And so instead of paying somebody to have 4 different trades and be certified in those trades and have to pay exorbitant amount of staff costs, what we've begun to do is take a much closer analytical look at what permits require which trades. And so where there's dualities in that, where you can do, okay, I can have a framing inspector that can also have, electrical or a plumbing and a mechanical, where there's some efficiencies that they can send out when they're doing a water heater, they can do that. Or in the building trades, they also have what they call a 1 and 2 family. A large percentage of our construction that we're seeing is single-family homes. And so when those inspectors get those 1 and 2 family licensures, they can do any of the 4 trades within that home, because homes are, although different and unique and independent, they are very similar in the scope and scale. It gets much different when you get into commercial and industrial type of stuff. So that gives us the ability to have those key licensures and experience in those inspectors, but we're trying to be very strategic about how we do that to make sure we can address it and make it sustainable long-term.
Blake, just real quickly on DRS and then building services, this it makes me nervous to see you refer to the 3 positions that we're talking about as a pilot program, because it makes it feel like it's temporary. But I'm really excited about that. I think it's going to be a good thing. Just trying to get perspective. Development review services and building services each issue permits along the way. Tell me who issues permits and how many are coming from each department.
Sure. So if you think about a project from you kind of start to finish, in many cases, if there's land use and zoning, they're starting with housing and community development that you heard from earlier. Once they get to the point where they have the correct land use and zoning and any variances or things like that they would need, then they come to development review services. What they're typically looking at there is, and the way I try to describe it, is how the puzzle pieces fit within the framework of that property. Where does the parking go? Where does the building go? Where does the landscaping go? Where does the stormwater go? So all those pieces fit together, and we're looking at how all of that works. Some of the type of permits that you see associated with that site development are site plans, right-of-way utilization permits. So that's how the public infrastructure is connecting with the private property. That's sewer, that's water, that's driveways, it may be other utilities. We get involved a little bit in the habitat permits. Are there wetlands on the property? Are there environmentally sensitive species on the property? Are there tree retention or landscaping requirements? So those are the components that come through the DRS portion of the project. And we have, and I'm going off of memory a little bit, but we do just short of 100 or so site plans a year. We have also what we call walkthroughs, which are simpler versions that don't require quite the extent that the site plan does. We do quite a bit of those as well. We do about 1,400 a year in terms of right-of-way utilization permits. The right-of-way utilization permits not only apply to the unincorporated portions of Pinellas County, but they also apply to county roads that are going through municipalities. And so we do some reviews on that. And then when we get into the building permit side, that's in large part, other than maybe a pool, it's all above ground vertical construction. And we have certain things that we call express building permits, or EBPs, which are very simple, straightforward things, re-roofing, doors, window change out, water heaters, AC change outs, things that you would find on a routine basis. And then we have more complex combination permits where they're doing quite a bit. I think we issue about 26,000 building permits a year that result in about 80 some odd thousand inspections that are going through.
So these 3 folks that we're talking about are working primarily in the development review services part, not this
Not
part.
entirely, and this is why we set up the program the way we did. We want this to be agnostic. We want it to be across the whole project. So as that project starts, it may start with housing and community development, and then it may pass from there to building services, the development review services, and then building. And we want those project managers to stay with that project throughout the full life cycle of that, so that they can help educate and inform our customer base on those transitions, that they can help them anticipate delivery service challenges, or there's no loss in continuity when it transfers from kind of one group to the next.
And then a final question on that real quickly. And then Barry, I know you had a comment. So at their own risk, can a developer move down these two paths separately so that we can say, so that we're saving time instead of having to finish one process and do the second process tip to tail, they can kind of work in parallel?
So if you visualize it in the terms of a Gantt chart, we have some overlap. They're not entirely parallel. What we typically do when we get involved in the site plan process, we ask that they go through at least the first round of plan review and comments, so they know what the big picture issues are. They know that the building is substantially going to be where they think it's going to be, and they've addressed and identified all of those things. We also give them the opportunity, if it's a plat and they're requiring a plat, they can do a preliminary plat. Once they've done those two components, we have a pretty solid understanding of how things are going to shake out. There may be some technical issues to resolve, but we will then, to your point, allow them to do the at-risk letter and then submit for the building permit. But we require at least a little bit of a staggered start, just so we avoid some of those particular bigger picture issues.
And these folks will be able to help on either side of that equation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, Barry, you had a...
And to your question about whether it's a pilot or not, well, part of it will also be determined in the organizational structure that we ultimately end up with. We're looking at, all of these various processes right now, but that's not to say that certain permit people we couldn't consolidate down into departments and bring different groups together. So we're trying to play out what's the best structure, because in many times where the expertise is out in the department. So if you bring it down, then there's a loss to the department. So we want to be very thoughtful in making that final decision. So that's part of the reason of trying to play this, along with looking at our codes and our processes and seeing how the technology helps us.
Yeah, I was particularly encouraged to hear that the person that you hired that's going to lead this effort is from the outside, from the private sector, that actually has gone through the system that we're talking about and other systems around the area. So they'll have a different perspective and be able to at least give insight into what changes make the most sense.
Yeah. And Blake, I mean, I just publicly comment and how much Blake has, tried to move the ball in this, and it's up against a lot of challenges. Staff turnover. We've had to adjust some of our salaries of people leaving for higher salaries. Well, when you do that, you lose experience, and then they can't do the options thinking because they don't have that experience. And so, it's a constant challenge, but all these three things coming together at once over these last 2.5 years, I think they've done a bang-up job. We got more work to do, though.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that, Blake. I share those feelings as well. I mean, I think you've done incredible work. And of course, it's never fast enough, because there's people, our customers, our residents, our companies that are out there. But in the battle, we get all those kinds of things going on. But just from the standpoint, I just really, again, publicly thank you and your team for that effort, that transition effort. It's amazing what's going on. But I certainly hope at the end of the day we have an improved product and improved delivery set. Anything else? Okay, I don't know where we were. So,
well, I think you guys were pretty much.
You finished?
I just need to wrap up with building services expenditures, and then Belinda will discuss some challenges within the department. And
I think I want to hold off to see if we want to do the presentation, because they briefed that individually, and we're slowly losing time. So.
Okay. So you tell me what.
So let them finish up. We have a presentation that went over the fees. I think we can discuss it in general terms and without the presentation. If you want the presentation, though, they're prepared to do that.
I think we're probably to your point. Go ahead and finish up.
Okay, so wrapping up, we have building services expenditures, and we are on the middle of page 5 within the document. So again, building services has its own special revenue fund, and those expenditures for that division are increasing by just over $1.2 million. That's largely due to higher operating costs that the building services is receiving through the cost allocation plans, mainly the information technology costs through the BTS plan is increasing by $614,000, with the majority of that being for Acela licensing at just over $500,000.
Thank you for that. That was my question from an hour ago. Sorry.
Did I not get to you? I'm sorry. Commissioner, did I forget you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just
Okay.
saying about the cost allocation plans.
Additionally, other contractual services for the department's increasing by $65,000. That's for the contracted inspectors that the department uses. That's going from a budget of $120,000 to $300,000 for fiscal year '22. Again, that's based on higher utilization and also an anticipated increase to the rate that we pay those contracted inspectors. Their contract ends in February of '22, and their current hourly rate is $54 an hour. We've reached out and done a little bit of market research, and we're anticipating a new rate to be between $75 and $95 an hour. So we're anticipating that increased cost within the department's budget for next year. So that wraps up the expenditures, and Belinda can go through some of the challenges for the department.
Thank you, Jason. So some of the challenges the department is facing over the next year or so is turnover of the building inspector staff could maintain the continued need and use of contracted building inspectors. As Barry said, it's hard to keep people on board when they can go somewhere else and do the same thing for a little bit extra money. This also ties into the new contract with the contractual building inspectors that is anticipated to be higher. House Bill 1059 passed, and if signed by the governor, will impose a 10% discount on particular applications or transactions that do not meet certain deadlines. And this same bill affects development review services, and this bill will also require electronic plan reviews. Now, implementation of electronic plan reviews has been in process for some time, but the sudden inaction of this could stress the staff capacity and capability. Also, Senate Bill 60 has also passed, and if this bill is signed by the governor, and I think you've heard Shane talk about this a little bit yesterday, this is the bill that will disallow processing anonymous complaints, which does touch multiple departments, and it could actually decrease the case volume for code enforcement. And last but not least, as we mentioned earlier, the project management program could cause some short-term disruptions in processes and customer services for a short time, but the sustainable benefits are expected to outweigh the short-term change impacts.
Yeah, and Blake, I hope those are short-term, because I've been promising lots of good stuff from this group.
Well, I will tell you, John Heddick, who's our project manager 3, came on board at the end of last month, and he's already hitting the ground running and been in multiple meetings with customers and been paying some dividends already. And our other 2 individuals start on Monday.
Oh,
so
excellent,
excellent. They'll be on board and fully vetted before too long.
Excited. Look forward to meeting them, too.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I'm back on what you just said about if the governor signs that bill, it will disallow processing of anonymous complaints. I didn't
Correct.
realize we were processing them if they were anonymous.
Yeah, code enforcement actually processes a number of anonymous complaints throughout the community, but this bill would disallow the anonymous ones unless they're, of course, emergency, threatened to life or safety.
Yeah, we count on anonymous because people.
Well, yeah, I was just going to point out what Commissioner Dave just said. I mean, do we need to put that in a communication report or something, that we're not doing that anymore? What are we going to tell people when they call or write or whatever?
We have been working on that a little bit. I know that there was a letter that was authored by Commissioner Eggers, and Senator Hooper, I believe, is also put forth a request for a veto from the governor. If it does go into effect, we've been working on some contingency plans within the division to be able to address that, and so we're coming up with ways we can work if it does move forward. But
thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, my question's about the fee, and Blake, I know I told you to be prepared for this one. I know you want to do that fee, that 9% right away, and my question to you is why can't we do a 3%, a 3%, a 3%? You still get to where you want to be probably at the same time, maybe a year later, but you know, given the rising cost of lumber and the rising cost of all the construction materials, I think adding a 9% fee on it is extreme. And if we did it on a slower pace, you still get, you know, instead of getting there in 2025, we get there in 2026 or 2027. You know, is that amenable? And if not, why?
So in anticipation of your questioning and questions that came out from a couple of other commissioners in the one-on-one, we did run a number of those different alternative scenarios that you and others had suggested. And I'd really like to frame it up, if I could, with really two decision points that, if you have guidance for us, would really be beneficial. The first of which is we are trying, the Building Services Fund is a special revenue fund, and it's outside and separate than the general fund. And so we have been making an effort to maintain above a 15% fund balance or reserve. And so the question, one of the questions is, what's the comfort level of us dipping below that 15%, and certainly to what extent that would be. And then the other question is, what you're referencing is do we do a one-time implementation? And again, this is kind of the second half of what we brought forth in FY20, or do we play it out for several years? If we do the scenario that you're describing, the 3% increase, that basically would require over the next 3 years. That also assumes the continued growth factors that we have currently and we've seen over the last 5 years. So we want to make sure you understand that we've been kind of building in some of those assumptions. But that would take that fund balance down to, in those years, it would require us to draw down on that fund balance to about 16.5%, and then it would allow us to balance out the revenues and expenditures by FY25. So we do have a different dynamic than what's being proposed, but it's just a question of, are you comfortable with those two components?
Okay, and I don't know how the rest of the commissioners feel about it, but I would be comfortable. I mean, right now, to do any kind of remodel or any kind of rebuilding, the materials are exponentially more expensive. I'm assuming it's associated with the pandemic, and I don't know when it's going to right itself. So eventually it'll right itself. Is it that a year away? Is it 2 years away? But in the meantime, the cost is just exponentially going up. And I'm comfortable with going down below that and waiting and doing it incrementally versus a big hit right away. I hope my colleagues kind of feel the same way. And we kind of do this on a slower level. I think the reserves in the county are exceptional. Most of the departments have exceptional reserves, and I think just going to that level isn't extreme or even that risky at this point.
To one point of clarification, because the Building Service Fund is separate than the general fund, we are talking about specifically the reserves within that. So if you look at that 15%, that's about 2 months of our operating costs. So that's the reality of what we're talking about. We would have about 2 months of buffer.
Okay. I still don't have an issue with that. I don't see that bubble bursting right away, particularly in Florida. The rate of people moving here is incredible. So I'm still comfortable with that 2-month reserve. And it still gets you where you want to be by 2025. It just, you're doing it in a slower increment.
I would offer one other piece of context, and there is some legislation that was passed in last year's session that does allow for the building department to look back the last 4 years, and the fund balance is limited to the average cost of your annual operating budget for those years. And so there is an existing legislative cap for that fund balance accruing. So it can't get higher than that. If it does, if it gets to that point, you either have to spend it down or you have to reduce your fees to not exceed that threshold. What we're trying to do is address the things that county administrator described as, get those technology improvements, adjust some of our staffing levels, have some of these programs, keep that fund balance in place to where we're healthy. We're concerned, you touch on the industry can be volatile at times. We're also kind of one natural disaster away from really having a huge impact. So that's where we tend to be a little bit more conservative on the building side. The request that's before you, that 8.9%, would keep a fund balance. It would still spend it down, but it would keep it about the 22% rate, and then it would push it out to where we would resolve it by FY26. So the 3% over the 3 years spends it down a little faster rate, but ultimately gets you, probably around the same time or maybe 1 year closer.
Yeah, and whatever part we can help. I mean, again, it may be a small part, but I think is at least an acknowledgement about where we are today. It is a problem child right now in terms of construction costs and anything. Again, sometimes it's just a perception, right, that we're at least acknowledging where we are and trying to work responsibly. I mean, as you said, we're going to get there maybe a little slower, but I kind of support that. But go ahead.
And Blake sent me a note before this meeting saying that he wanted that this request had come to him. I haven't had a chance to review this yet. Okay. I understand the concept and really don't have a problem with it. Maybe there's a compromise in there, something a little slower. It does speak to something you guys have said before, which is small little increases, and we constantly keep up on, especially these self-supporting areas where the fees, rather than doing a 9% fee, it's several 2% over the years. We have to look at fund balances and stuff like that. This is one of those areas. But I think these contract inspectors that we've had to use has a pretty significant impact on their operation. Had we not brought those contract inspectors on this last year, they would have been a world of hurt because we simply couldn't hire fast enough. Yeah. And so, but we can certainly look at it and have it as a decision point as part of the budget.
Commissioner Flowers, go ahead.
Just a question. Do we have a policy that states that this is what the fund balance will be and we won't go beyond below that threshold?
We do for the county. This is a specific fund, and so I think it's an unwritten policy.
Correct. I mean, we follow the general guidelines that the county sets out.
Oh, it's written? No, the bill says it is written.
Okay. And that's what I was getting to. If there is a specific, well, that was the point. If there's a specific policy that says here's what our fund balance would be, then that's what we operate on unless this body is willing to address changing that process. If not, then that's where we are for me, So, thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify as far as that policy, the budget policy speaks to having a 15% reserve level for our operating funds. That said, it also speaks to what actions need to be taken if we don't achieve that in a given year. So we can dip below that by policy, but the policy speaks to the actions that we need to take to address that so that it isn't a continuing condition.
And that was my point, not just an arbitrary dialogue and conversation, but, if we're going to do that, then we should follow whatever protocols we put in place to either do that, not just kind of make it up as we go, I guess is what I'm saying, so.
Well, I mean, I think we're trying to, today it is kind of, it is a little bit informal. So we're just trying to get feelings from people today so that they can go back and address some of those changes. Commissioner Long, and then Commissioner Seal, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do kind of sort of agree with Commissioner Peters with the caveat that I would like us to wait on making that final decision until we know our budget overall. You know how Bill usually comes and sets the stage for, well, here's where you are today, here's what we're projecting, and here's where we think we'll be, and then you get the bottom line numbers, so that we know how much wiggle room we have to adjust internally if we have to as we go through the rest of the year. And on top of that, I'm also very interested in hearing what the overall picture looks like from emergency management and what we might potentially be facing as, again, we enter into one of the most difficult seasons of the year with storms.
The overall budget will be presented on, I think, July 16th. Is that correct? 13th. Okay, July 13th. That's when all these will come together.
Yeah.
This is a separate fund. The inspection area is self-supporting. And so that's the reason the fees have a major impact, because it's whatever we spend, then, is done. It's a user fee.
So then Blake can make a little tickler to remind us before we start deliberating.
And because of your interest in this and different thoughts, we'll pull this out as a separate, decision as part of that process. And that way you can make that then. I'd like to be able to look at this, take the comments that I've heard here today, and bring back a recommendation to you. We literally, Blake and I haven't even discussed this.
Yeah, okay.
It's real time.
Commissioner Seal?
Yes, thank you. I agree with the comments already made. I guess I would like to make sure that the three-person be all across this entire department between building services as well as DRS, that this new process works smoothly. If the community would support price increases if they get increased service.
Yeah.
And if the increased service pays off, then it's worth charging for it. If it doesn't, then I'm skeptical. So I guess I would prefer to do it in a phased approach to show that you're getting value for your money. Thank you.
It's a great point. Thank you, Commissioner Seal. Yeah, I think that's obviously what I said a minute ago about, I've been telling everybody this is going to be a big help, and, we'll see how it works in action. I mean, eventually I'm convinced it will be, but, there could, as you said, could be some bumps.
And we just have to recognize this is an unusual year. I'm having some work done at my house, and the first guy said I can get to it in January. Is what he just changed. I'm like, wow, good to be you. He can kind of charge whatever he wants because they're so backed up. So it's an unusual year is my only point. So we're improving the process at the same time. We're just unbelievably busy with the number of construction projects.
Yeah.
And thank you for saying what you just said, Barry. We've had a little bit of experience with that in our home in terms of the length of time it takes to get anything done. And there also is an enormous issue in the market for just finding good people that are actually qualified to do what you need or want them to do. And I do have concerns about, more than once I've heard you say today, that, we've had to readjust our salary structure or whatever because people are coming in and then they're leaving rather quickly to go somewhere else for more money. I mean, for crying out loud, if you've eaten in any of the restaurants right now, those folks are just really struggling to keep the doors open for lack of personnel at every level.
And I've discussed this with you. We have adjusted our salary structure up. I actually would have liked to have done a little bit more. But I also have to recognize that I have organizations within county government that are self-supporting. So their fees and stuff support them. So to get them to pay more means that there's a whole trickle effect of that. And those are independent constitutionals and others. So, so it's been a little bit complicated. We
variation in contractors. Many of our inspectors, many of our plans examiners are really working on behalf of our homeowners and our property owners and protecting their investments by making sure that the work that's being done is up to code. And so I know that sometimes puts us in a position where we're not seen as being as fast or as responsive, but we are making a legitimate effort to protect the investment that the homeowners are making and business owners as well.
Okay, I think we've caught up on all the questions.
If we're done, we can move on to contractor licensing.
Okay, I think we're any final questions for Blake? Okay, thank you, you guys, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very good. Very
Appreciate
good
it.
discussion today.
Yeah.
And while Michelle's coming up, Jason, you can start us off.
Sure. So thank you again for the opportunity. Belinda and I are still here to represent the Office of Management and Budget, and Michelle Krikovich, the Department's Director, will be joining us. And just briefly to acclimate the audience to the department, Contractor Licensing Department is responsible for the day-to-day administration, records management, licensing of contractors, and investigation into complaints against licensed and/or unlicensed contractors within Pinellas County. So, that being said, I will move into the budget portion of the document, which will be on the bottom of page 2. Again, the revenues are budgeted at a 95% level as allowed by state statute. And the department revenues for fiscal year 22 are budgeted to be approximately 19% lower in fiscal year 22. That's due to a number of factors with regards to their citation revenues, administrative fine revenues, and licensing fee revenues. For citations, the department has been receiving quite a few less complaints that they had in the past. So that's leading to less investigations. Also, the investigations team did have 2 vacancies within that team, so less investigators equals less investigations and the less potential for a citation to be issued if needed. For their administrative fine revenue, that's also being impacted by COVID-19 and the governor's executive order number 20-51, which has extended the expiration dates on permits until late June of this year. And for their licensing fee, the department is seeing approximately 500 fewer licensed contractors that aren't generating that license renewal revenue. Also, any potential late fees that may be imposed around that process adds to a lower revenue amount. With regards to the department's user fees, they do not have any anticipated or proposed changes for fiscal year 22, but during next year they will be researching and analyzing the potential for changes in fiscal year 23. Moving into the expenditures, we're at the bottom of page 3 within your document. The department's expenditures will be approximately $540,000 lower than fiscal year 21. Their personnel services category is decreasing by almost 10%, as there have been a number of staff turnover within the department, and when filling those positions with new employees, those are able to be filled at lower rates due to some of those employees that have left the county being very tenured employees who have been here for quite a while. The department's operating costs are being decreased by approximately $143,000 as the need for temporary staffing is lower due to a reorganization of responsibilities within the department and some efficiencies being created within those staff assignments. In fiscal year 21, the current fiscal year, the department had budgeted the repayment of 2 outstanding liabilities to the general fund and BTS fund. We've decided to pause those payments midway through the year. We paused those in April to allow the department to retain those amounts to keep the department's fund balance and reserve levels at that 15% policy level. We do not have those repayments budgeted in fiscal year 22, but they will be resumed at a later time when the fund can support those repayments while keeping the reserve levels at or above the policy level. So that was all we had for you today on the contractor licensing department.
Okay. Do we want to talk about that potential threat?
Okay, let me see where we're at.
Page 4.
Potential threat. Oh, this is the,
What?
yeah, whether they, okay, good. Well, first off, I want Michelle to introduce herself. I think she's met with some of you, but not everybody. She's been in the department for a couple years. Prior to that, she came to us from, I get them mixed up, but OTI, right? Yes.
Actually started an OMB.
Well, we worked that out of her, so so go ahead, just give the commission maybe just a little background on yourself.
Thank you, Barry. So yes, Bill loves to take credit for my initial hire. I actually started working with the county as an unpaid intern working at the Office of Management and Budget as a business intelligence specialist. And I tried to convince them, if they liked me so much that they might keep me. It took a little while, but I then joined OTI, and one of my very first assignments there was as a business analyst to work with the contractor licensing department right at the time that it was becoming a dependent district. So that takes us back to July of 2018. I had the great pleasure and honor of working under Gay Lancaster, with her as a tremendous mentor. And then when Gay came back in January of 2019, I think that's the timetable. I came back to work with the department, and as part of our succession plan and our re-engineering plan, that we were working on a work plan to do important things, make important changes, and plan for Gay's ultimate retirement. So that's really when I had my coming out with you, was in January as Gay was saying goodbye, and I was taking over.
The new director.
So.
Yeah, great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
it's good to have you.
Thank you.
So, and as you know, she inherited a department that liked paper more than automation, and not all the paper was always there. So that was her background and her skill sets to help Gay in kind of forming a business process was just key in kind of getting ahead of the curve. And so,
Commissioner Seal, I think, may have had a comment or question.
I do have a couple questions. So I'm a little disappointed that Acela is being delayed because we really pushed to get this for this department. Secondly, it mentions the governor executive order, which allows, due to COVID, a longer period of time. So do we know, it says mid-21, are we sure when we will be able to start charging administrative fees again?
So to answer your first point about the delay in Acela, we actually were faced with the difficult decision at the department level to defer the start date to October because June 1st through September 30th, we are in our renewal season for all of our contractors. So all 13,000 contractors with Pinellas County must re-register every June 1st through September 30th. It would have been impossible to deploy Acela successfully during that renewal season. So that's why we had to make that hard decision to delay till October. As far as the governor's order, tolling or extending the expiration dates for building permits, that has had a significant impact on the administrative fines, because one of the things that we do is that we issue the administrative fines for contractors who do not properly or timely close out their building permits. And we do that on behalf of Pinellas County Building Services, plus 4 of the other major building departments in the county. So it's had a huge impact on our revenues. Right now, the order stands, and we expect that it's extended till approximately the end of June. I think it's June 26th. So then contractors will have the option to request an additional extension that could extend their permit to October of this year. What that means, based on what we know right now, is that it will take some time for those renewed permits to then expire, to then come to us as expired permits to be prosecuted. So there is a gap, and we kind of might be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, because restrictions are being lifted.
Okay. The other question I had is, I couldn't find in the materials what the liability for the general fund and the BTSs that was paused. Is there a dollar amount that we know?
Yes, so the budgeted amount for fiscal year '21 was $289,000. And again, we paused that mid-year, so just under $145,000 is what will be retained by the department until we can feel that the fund can afford it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you asked about the threat to the department. I think you're asking about House Bill 735.
Correct.
So thank you so much to you and to the Board of County Commissioners for writing a veto request to the governor. I also understand that Senator Hooper has also made a veto request. We have also been working closely with the Contractor Licensing Officials Association of Florida, also known as CLOAF, who have a large membership who have a vested interest in local licensing, who have also been making veto requests. We do not know the status. I'm always optimistic and sometimes hopeful, but we are planning business as usual, at least until this time next year. We do have a contingency. If we have to wind down these licenses, then that's what we will have to do. But we recently discovered that we had, in November, rescinded the pile driving specialty license that had been in place for, I'm thinking, 20 years.
Yes.
And so we, with a goal to eliminating local licensing specialties, we presented to the Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board the recommendation to eliminate the pile driving license. They adopted that. The logic was that any piles that need to be driven can be driven by a marine contractor or a general contractor. We notified the contractors who were affected by the elimination of that license, and we thought all was good. The beginning of March, we got a phone call from a pile driving contractor whose license had been eliminated and who also was a certified marine specialty license. He held that license as well, but he was prohibited from pulling a building permit to do underpinning work. Underpinning work requires either a general contractor's license or a pile driving license. This contractor, who had been doing underpinning work for 25 years, could not qualify to get the permit that he had been doing for all of those years. So we had to move very quickly to reinstate that classification so that, because our goal is to keep contractors working. What started as a well-intentioned exercise had really detrimental consequences to that contractor. But that started to inform our analysis of this House Bill 735. So I did a survey of some of our major building departments to find out what other specialties require permits, and if that local license was eliminated, who would be able to perform that work. And then I looked at our contractor community and was able to forecast that at least 500 small business owners and entrepreneurs will no longer be able to work in their trade and pull permits for work that they have already previously been doing. Some maybe only for as short as a year, but some for 20 years. So we do expect that there will be some very significant business owner impacts from this bill if it is signed into law. So we're undertaking a much more comprehensive study so that we can truly quantify that. And there is still, of course, a little bit of hope in that we have one more session between now and when the bill is due to go into effect, which is 2023. And, you know, that we can make sure that if we are eliminating the licensing, that we are not eliminating business owners' ability to ply their trades. So we're investigating that
Good.
more fully.
You keep us posted whatever we can do to pass that additional information along. Will be helpful, so.
Yes. I've actually been tasked with preparing a full study and report that is due to the Assistant County Administrator in mid-June. So
Okay, great. Super.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe that report will cover it, but if it's signed into law, which I would expect it to be unless the governor changes his mind, we have 13,000 contractors currently licensed. None of those folks will be licensed by Pinellas County after that. Is that correct?
no, that's not exactly true. This is really to focus just on the 16 specialty licenses that are administered locally. So what the contractor licensing department does is that we register state licensed contractors in order to monitor their insurance and, you know, their qualifications to work. The biggest bulk of those 13,000 contractors are state-registered contractors who register with us. Where we would be eliminating, the impact would be on the specialty trades where over history, Pinellas County has determined that we need a specialty license for fence installers. We need a specialty license for pile drivers. We need a specialty license for painters. You know, so those licenses would be eliminated. But we would still continue to license journeymen, and we would still continue to register state licensed contractors as well.
Well, it's probably a discussion for after you do that report and break those numbers down. I mean, the bill that I read was pretty broad in preempting all occupational licensing to the state with the rare exception. So it brings up the conversation of, you know, going back to when we started this, of maybe we just give it back to the state. And, you know, we have when people call this number at the county, it gets forwarded to the local state senator's office and they can handle it from there on.
It does not eliminate the state licenses, and that's still a very important part of what we do by monitoring their general liability and workers' compensation insurance. And there's also, of course, the important part of what we do is not only do we license contractors, but we also investigate complaints against licensed contractors and complaints of unlicensed contracting.
And there are just a few of those.
Yeah.
And just on that note, you'll also note on the one bullet that we've aligned the investigative piece over with our code enforcement division. Rather than having 4 people out, now we have it with code enforcement, and so people can work that into their workload. And really, the idea is finding efficiencies, cut down on windshield time. Yeah, so.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Okay. Barry.
The last thing we have for today is agenda review, if we have time.
Go for it.
Okay. Opening up our agenda, we've got items 5 through 14, which is items from the clerk of the court. reports received for filing. Under item number 12, we have surplus properties. A couple of other reports, and the next two items, we get to a regular agenda. First item, item number 15 is change order number 3 with an agreement to increase the upset limit with, I can't pronounce that name, construction company. Somebody was saying it. And so this is our job order contracting, and so they're setting the upper limit because they're utilizing the job order contracting piece more. Item number 16 is Community Services Association of Palm Harbor Ricks, and this is their annual request for $20,000. Same thing for the next item, item number 17 for Eastlake Community Library. And next one, item 18 is Eastlake Recreation. Item 19, Palm Harbor Library. Now, you know, in the way we had kind of modified this year, we asked for the assistant twos to work with you and see if there are other community benefits that could be provided. You'll see that in the next one. This is a request from Florida Dream Center. And this would be to purchase a van that they use to distribute food. So kind of supporting their great efforts. And then item 21 would be for some improvements out at the Seminole Junior Warhawks Athletic Association, improvements to their soccer fields.
And Barry, you'll have an up-to-date kind of running total, right? I haven't looked at this yet, so.
Yeah, Bill will have there's
Okay.
plenty of money in it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm sure there is. I just was wondering, is it already in here, Bill? Okay.
I didn't pull it up,
Yeah,
so.
I haven't looked.
I haven't looked.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Long.
So I suppose, since I apologize, I got a little bit behind, I had to use the ladies' room, but the Junior Warhawks Athletic Association, can you, when we talk about that, I don't know if we want to do it now or on Tuesday, but can we also get an update on where we are with the agreements with the 3 fields and the city of Seminole and the college, and how all of that is coming or is not coming together?
Yeah, I can update you now. It's,
Okay, good.
we have a lot of work to do. We really haven't made progress. I'm meeting, I think, next Monday with the city of Seminole, with the city manager. And so that's kind of the first step in some of those pieces. I know the consultant's working on that, but I'll have to get an update from Paul regarding that.
Well, I do think it's important as we move along, since it's been lingering for so long. I mean, it's just been a long, long time. There's a lot of people that live in the community that are incredibly interested in the issue, and keeping them all, you know, on the same page is really a great thing, because there's an awful lot of buzz in the grocery stores, post office, and everywhere else. So most of it not true, but, you know, it's just because they don't know.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. And that's a great point, Commissioner Long. And I just completely forgot it was on my list to bring up when we had parks. But it goes to that, we spent nearly $300,000 for this master plan back in 2016, 2017, you know? And I mean, it probably got done in 2018. I think we budgeted in 16. So, you know, if we're not going to do anything with that master plan, then we could have just put that money into the fields and at least gotten some direct, you know.
So there's 2 issues. One, okay, so now you have that updated master plan. Now they're going to try to incorporate it into the penny. And so there's about a $16 to $18 million, I think, proposal for ideas. Yet we don't have enough penny funds to fund the things that we've already promised. So we have to fit that within our capital improvements. Simultaneously, we need to address who's managing what and the competing interest among the different associations. That's a separate challenge. That is the piece that the Commissioner was talking about that we're trying to work on. And we've used a consultant to come up with some different ideas that actually had worked on that original plan. I'm meeting with the city. The city has their own ideas. I've already met with Provost Mark Strickland, who's on the president of the One Board, and you know there's a lot of competing interest in you know, and it's not as simple as just putting it over into one, because you know some of them are regional teams. You don't necessarily have local people, and some have true local programs.
And there's two of them that are involved in an international professional soccer organization that weighs in heavily on the desires of the parents and the students.
Professional.
And so, and then all that to say, trying to figure out who is in charge. Or, you know, originally we had wanted to form a big umbrella group to take all of it into consideration and
That's right.
manage. And there was, a long time ago, a taxing authority, and there was, they had money coming in. Now they don't, but they still have an open account, and the legislature has never shut down that statute, so the statute still exists, but they don't have the authority to get any more tax money, and they have no means to fund, so.
We need an umbrella organization, there's no question about that.
Right.
And that's part of the pieces, but how it fits in with the city of Seminole, the best way to operate the fields and things like that are all part of these structural issues that we need to address.
So maybe we take a look, just for kicks, at the precedent we've already set with what we did in Eastlake.
And that's part of the issue. The way Eastlake is structured, theirs is very different than how they're
I know,
structuring
but it's
theirs.
an idea.
And the way they do their fees and.
Yeah, well, that can change too.
So I'll put that
It's a
on the
mess.
plate of things to get done.
Thank you. Sooner rather than later would be really good.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next item is federally funded subaward grant with the Florida Department of Emergency Management. Again, this is what is this?
Barry, this is what allows us to draw down the federal reimbursement from FEMA.
Thank you,
for
Bill.
COVID expenses.
Read it once and forgot about it. The next item, okay, this is this is for the interlocal. This is approving the interlocal only, which would allow us, if you choose at the budget time to increase the gas tax, this is the piece that puts that in place. We do now have municipalities that represent 50+1 of a population that have approved the interlocal agreement. So this would be the final piece that would then enable you, if you choose to, raise that at a later date.
So, but we need to make this decision on Tuesday, right?
That's correct. This just puts the interlocal agreement. All this is, just like is saying that this is the way, if you choose to raise that, this is how it would be distributed. That's all this does.
And then one more question, Mr. Chair. What, do you know now, or will you know by Tuesday, how many of the municipalities have weighed in and either agree or disagree?
Yes,
That
I'll
would
get
be good
you
to
an
know.
updated list by Tuesday.
That'd be good to know.
Because
Thank
they're
you.
all passing them right now, and so.
Yeah.
But today, St. Petersburg did, so that was obviously a major one.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Next is a road transfer agreement between the county and the city of St. Petersburg. And this is for segments on Martin Luther King. Any questions?
That they're accepting that with the 1.7
Correct.
million
There's a
to-
money transfer that goes along with it, and then that way they can do the improvements, and then it's theirs in perpetuity.
Got it.
Which is typically how we do road transfer agreements. We either upgrade it, turn it over, or we provide a cash allowance, and they use it as, a lot of times they do it as part of a complete streets or something greater than just that road. Okay, the next item 25 is appointments to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
Under items 26 and 27, these are both confidential settlement proposals that I will talk to you each individually about. I know in the old days before the pandemic, I would bring hard copies of the confidential memo and let you read them. I do have them if any of you would like to read them. Otherwise, I'll just talk to each of you individually prior to Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you.
And nothing new on the redistricting.
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Barry.
Item 30 is appointments to the Construction Licensing Board. 31, appointments to Suncoast Health Council. And 33 is just a supplemental to some of our various funds. This is just a budget transfer within funds. And 34 and 35 is just a small item called the tides.
Oh, yeah, great.
Well, we've
Wow.
certainly had the opportunity to have some long meetings and get in shape for that one.
We're bringing dinner and breakfast, so.
Cocktails?
Anything else, Barry?
That's all I have.
Anything else from the board here before we adjourn?
Yes,
Oh.
I have one more thing.
Oh, I did that quick enough.
I'm learning from you, Mr. Chair.
Go, go, go.
I just would like to express my appreciation to Barry and all of the staff today for being, and for yesterday, but not yesterday so much, but more today. Because I just have really enjoyed the dialogue and the opportunity to dig in and learn some new things I didn't know before, and I thought it was incredibly helpful. So thank you ever so much, everybody,
Yeah.
and everybody that's already left.
No, I would second that. I think it's
See?
been so far, it's been great conversation. And I see Commissioner Seal waving, but I don't know if I want to acknowledge you. Go ahead, Commissioner Seal.
I was like, I don't know what else to do. I was going to text you and said my hand is raised. I'm going to go back to consent agenda item 13. And these are the delegated items to county administrator. And I would like a copy of 21-368D, which is the land trust agreement with Richmond Group for $750,000. And then 20-1362D is Human Services, and it's grants to a battered woman's group, to Hope Villages, and a few other organizations totaling almost $550,000 a year for 3 years. And I just wanted more detail on that.
Della, you got that?
Was that a yes?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you heard him asking you. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Flowers, you look like you're ready to go.
Quick before anybody says anything.
All right, we're done. Thank
Bye.
you.